Goramila Mahagad, Kahirlik. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the first of our speakers for this morning. There are two speakers. One will speak while the President is still here, and the other then will speak once the President has gone to view the exhibits and that. So our first speaker for today is Dr. Mary Bourne. Mary is head of the Special Collections in the James Hardiman Library in Galway, and for anyone, whether it be community or student that had the privilege or the need to go into the special collections, there's absolutely nobody better than Mary to assist you there. I happen to know Mary for a long, long time, and my first foray into any sort of research or work was meeting Mary, and she showed me around the place, and even sometimes she might even throw another thing over my direction when she gets some awkward customer in that have some silly question maybe, or maybe not silly, but by the time we'd have pointed to some place in the county. So Mary is actually going to speak about country house women, land and agriculture in the west of Ireland, 1850-1914. So Dr. Mary Bourne, please.
President Connolly, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me, especially to Donal and the committee. And it's lovely to be here to represent the university, and Maura is here, she'll be speaking after me, to be participating in this very important seminar. So I'll be bringing you back a bit, and the Cathaoirleach mentioned there, it's not all about the past, but it's no harm to know about the past either. So the topic that I'm talking about really is the contemporary society that Aleen would have encountered when she came to live in Roscommon and settled in Athleague. I should have asked before I started as to how I changed the slides. Now, that was a mistake on my part. So, the picture on the front slide actually was Mount Bellew House. In case anybody was observant enough, I'm sure the Mount Bellew people here would have known the house, of course, no longer there. So the Roscommon Messenger, and I was very delighted indeed to see the President quoting from local newspapers. Local newspapers are very important in historical research. The Roscommon Messenger was one of several local newspapers published in Roscommon. And on the 4th of August 1906, they reported on a garden party held at a house called Carrow Park, a large country house a short distance outside of Roscommon town. And the Roscommon Messenger itself was a weekly newspaper published in Roscommon between 1848 and 1935. And of course, together with other local newspapers like the Roscommon Herald and the Champion, the Tuam Herald, the Connacht Tribune and the Western People, which the President mentions, it offers an unparalleled window into the life and times of contemporary society. There's no other source that can really, that can really convey what life was like in those times, even though, of course, as we know, paper never refused ink, and not everything that was written in the paper maybe was absolutely the case. So the house this is Carrow Park. The house still exists, and this picture is from the Buildings of Ireland database, which is the National Inventory of Architectural Heritage, which is a wonderful resource for finding out about all sorts of buildings, not just big houses. The newspaper article noted that, this is relating to the garden party, that the weather not altogether favourable for such functions, which shouldn't come as any surprise to us, I suppose, but it was not so much as to interfere with the comfort of the guests or to detract from the numerous attractions of the grounds. But our interest in this lies in that it published the entire list of 110 people who were invited to the garden party, including their addresses, the houses they lived at, which was interesting. And the very last person on the list is Miss Cust, which I found very significant. Now, we don't know, of course, whether Miss Cust actually attended the party or not, because it's listing the people who were invited rather than the people who were actually there. But the list represents many of what we might call the Dini Morle Raw, the people who had a lot to say in, or a lot of say in how things were run at the time. And you're talking about, for example, the people who lived in Carrow Park at the time were Lord and Lady Gough. They belonged to a family who owned over 9,000 acres in County Roscommon in the 1870s. It had diminished somewhat by the 1900s. The guest list also included Sir Henry and Lady Sophia Grattan Bellew. So again, from here in Mount Bellew, and people from Mount Bellew will know who they are. And Lord and Lady Clonbrock from Clonbrock House near Haskra. So, these were the people who were highly influential in society at the time. And the fact that Aleen was included on that list, I think, is quite significant, because we know, as the President alluded to there, the ostracisation from her own family, and her own family were part of that society. But clearly, when she came to Roscommon, I think probably the people of that society had a recognition of what she had done, and probably the significance of what she was doing, even though, at the time it was perceived that women of that class working for their living was really, most unusual. And we have other examples of women from that class, even from County Galway, who allude to that. For example, Violet Martin, the writer from Roscahill, she couldn't use her own name because the family didn't want anyone to know that she was earning her living by writing. I'm going to briefly allude to the Landed Estates database, and I know there's a lot of people here who are very familiar with this resource, and the research for that originates in the university, and we've been working on it for quite a long time. And it's really to help people find information about these landed estates, which, whatever you think about the society that they represented, were a very important part of everybody's lives up until the early 20th century. And therefore, if you're trying to research anybody's life of any strata of society, you need to know more about the estate. So this just represents the houses that existed in the area, and the blue dot is Fort Leicester, which is the house that Aleen eventually lived in. But you can see that there were a lot of other houses as well. Now, not all of them would be on the scale of the really big houses, but quite a number of them were, And this map is, again, it's just how we arrange them by barony. And the house down at the bottom is the house here at Mount Bellew. And again, you can see the surrounding houses, so the estates that existed in the area. I'm not going to dwell too much on the Landed Estates database. I do have a small handout about it, which are in a box over on the windowsill there, so you can fight over those afterwards. Because I don't think I have anything near enough copies, but anyway. So just continuing really on Aleen's life within this society that she had moved into, if you like. And of course, she was dealing with people from every strata of society because of her work. Another report, which regularly appeared in the local newspapers of the time, related to people attending the Hunt Ball. And even today, of course, we know that the Hunt Ball still exists, but this was a big social event at the time. And there's a report here from the Roscommon Journal from 1909, so a bit later on. And obviously, she would have been very established at that stage. Detailing the organising committee, and the Hunt Ball was being held in Roscommon Courthouse. And I was a bit intrigued about this because they seem to be holding all sorts of events in Roscommon Courthouse, as well as presumably it carrying out its legal obligations too. But the committee, in any case, there were quite a number of ladies, again from the really big houses. So Mrs. Crofton from Moat Park. Moat Park is gone, but the grounds are in the possession of Quilcha, and you can see those. Mrs. Baggett from Rookwood in Ballygar. And the list also includes Miss Cust. So clearly, again, she was a member of the organising committee. Now, that wouldn't be surprising, because we know from the biographical information that we have about Aleen that she was very interested in hunting, and she regularly did hunt, and she kept lots of horses and so on. So she would again be seen, and probably her input would have been very valuable to be part of that kind of society. So moving away from Aleen for a minute, and just looking at women in that society at the time, and what, if any, role they had in, or acquaintance even they had with farming or agricultural matters. And this is really very preliminary research, and an awful lot more would need to be done. But there are some instances from the 19th century, from earlier in the 19th century even, as a topic to look at, and to look at women's involvement. And you can see there's a number of different topics that I'm going to look at briefly in each case, but I'm not going to dwell an awful lot on any of them right now. But as I said, I think they are something that one of the things is finding the evidence, really. And we do find that lots of the records that exist for landed estates and for that society are very much about the management of the estate. So maybe the lists of the people, the tenants on the estate, the amount of rent they were paying, all that kind of thing. And sometimes you don't get very much of the papers that might tell you more about what the members of the family were actually doing. So the first one I'm going to show you here, this is quite a bit earlier, and some of you may recognise the building. This is Lough Glynn in North Roscommon, and it was the centre of, the Dillon estate, and the Dillon estate was a huge estate at one time, nearly 80,000 acres, partly in County Mayo and partly in Roscommon. But the Dillons were quite a lot of the time absentee landlords. So they would have had somebody managing the estate for them. And for much of the early 19th century, the manager of the estate was from a family called Strickland. And in the 1820s, the manager was Gerard Strickland. And he married a lady from England, whose name was Anne, and she came to live at Lough Glynn with him. And there's a small document which we have in the library, in the archives in the James Hardiman Library, where she's trying to set up an initiative for growing flax in the area. And now, we could read all sorts of things into this, into what she's writing about it, and it's her own personal writings. And it's quite unusual to have, a personal account from somebody from that period. But she actually says the reason she's doing it is because of the numbers of beggars, and she uses the word besieging Lough Glynn when she arrived there. And this is in the late 1820s, so of course that was after the end of the Napoleonic Wars, and the prices of agricultural produce had fallen a lot, and the population of the country was very high. So there was huge pressure on resources, and that's why there were beggars besieging Lough Glynn. But she did actually succeed for a while in setting up this initiative of getting people to grow flax, and therefore having a product that they could sell and earn a living from, So we could ask, or kind of maybe question her motives to some extent. But it's interesting to see somebody from not from Ireland at all, in fact, looking at this as an initiative, How much women of those families got themselves involved or knew anything about agricultural matters is open to question. And of course, a lot of the time that society is painted as a very homogenized society. And if researching the Landed Estates database has taught me anything, it is that it wasn't a homogenous society at all, and you had huge different layers within it as well. This is an interesting example, much closer to home. The building in the photograph is not in existence anymore, but it's a house called Fairfield, and it was owned by a family called Wade, and it's very close to Kilconnell. The site of it is very close to Kilconnell. And again, we have a small collection of letters from the son of the family who had gone to America. Now, this is way later. This is into the 1880s. And it was quite fashionable for especially younger sons of these landed families to go and make their way somewhere else and earn money and so on. So he had gone ranching in Texas. Now, how much he knew about ranching before he went, again, we might ask that question. But his letters are very interesting, and he's writing, this is the intriguing part, to his mother. And he's writing her letters, first of all, about what he's at in Texas, and telling her how in a snowstorm all the cattle ran off. Now, I never pictured Texas as a place with snowstorms, but anyway, but then he's telling her he wants lands drained, and he's giving her instructions about which fields he wants drained and who she's to get to do it and all this kind of thing. And I'm saying to myself, did she even know what field he was talking about? But clearly she must have done, or he'd hardly be writing it to her, Now he did come back in the end, and he took over the estate I think in the 1890s, And again, it's a very small collection of letters. We bought them at an auction some years ago because we do look at anything that comes up for County Galway. We try to focus on that and acquire it so that it'll be in the public domain for people to use and research. And I should say that the picture is courtesy of Dr. Patrick Melvin, and some of you may know Patrick Melvin. Patrick is from Kilkerran originally, and he would have gone around collecting and taking pictures of these houses back in the 1970s when, it wasn't a particularly fashionable thing to do, but it means we do have pictures of houses that no longer exist, So that picture is just a little excerpt from the Wade letter, and what he's saying to her is, I would greatly like to drain the bottoms along and below the road, but it will cost at least £1,000. Now, this is in 1886. I send you a little plan from memory as to how the land lies, and I expect the drains could be made. If you think it could be managed, you might apply in my name for the money. Now, I'm not sure who he was applying to. It must be the bank manager, I'd say. But in any case, it was giving her an awful lot of responsibility. And then I was saying if she didn't do it right or whatever, he might be very pleased. But in any case, it's kind of involving a woman from a society that you wouldn't be expecting. She'd know anything about drainage. So I found it quite intriguing at the time. Then we come to an area which I suppose is perceived as something of more of a traditional role for women, especially from landed societies. And that's the whole idea of their being involved in philanthropic endeavours, and particularly to do with education and so on. And there are quite a lot of examples of especially their involvement in education and setting up schools. Somewhat earlier, maybe in the 19th century, maybe before the national schools became properly organised, but even after that as well. And one of their kind of most visible involvements is the idea of educating girls from farming families, in a sense, again, maybe empowering them to some extent to be able to earn more money. And this is the photograph, I should say, is from the Clonbrock collection, the Dillon collection in the National Library, which is a wonderful collection, massive collection. And the Dillons were really into photography at a very early stage. So there are lots of photographs and it's all digitized. The photographs are digitized by the National Library, and the collection is way too big to digitize, but it's a really important collection for the history of East Galway. And one of the things that they had established was a poultry cooperative. So it was the whole idea of improving the quality of the poultry and therefore producing more eggs. And eggs were always perceived as a woman's income, on a farming basis, particularly. I'm sure there's other people here who would know that even much later in the 20th century, that it was, the woman of the house would have looked after the poultry and so on. And the picture is from, they were also very good at annotating their photographs. So we know this is from a poultry show in Clonbrock in 1904, and one of the ladies from the family is presenting one of the women of the locality with her prize for whatever poultry she had won the prize for, and again, if you look at the picture, you can contrast the difference between how the Dillon woman is dressed and how the woman, now she's an older lady, the lady, she's a Mrs. Carroll. We even have her name, which is wonderful, to know who she was. And then we can move on to, I suppose I'm calling them encouraging organizations, but you could call them lots of different things. And these became a phenomenon really at the end of the 19th and into the early 1900s. The establishment of things like the Roscommon Horticultural and Home Industry Society, an agricultural exhibition in Athenry, and the Horticultural and Industrial Society for County Galway. So they were all initiatives by people from that strata of society again. And the reason that I have this little portrait down in the bottom corner, this is a portrait of Lady Aberdeen, Isabel Gordon, and she was the wife of the King's representative in Ireland at the time, the Lord Lieutenant, and she was very involved in a number of initiatives. She was particularly into health initiatives too, but also the whole idea of encouraging people to do more with what they had and all that kind of thing. Now, you might say, it was easy for her to talk, but nevertheless, I think she had, she had a broader idea of how things should be done, and she wanted people of her own class to be involved in that. So this is one of the earliest examples. This is the Athenry Horticultural Exhibition, and this was reported in the Tuam Herald in 1897. And you get that, again, the local newspapers are a really good source for telling you about this. But the report describes this event as kind of the first of its kind in Connacht. And it notes that local industries, as it called it, now that's a very all-embracing term, were exhibited. And it also particularly mentions the Mercy Convent in Gort had a separate tent in which a large number of local industries were exhibited. And that's, if you like, a foretaste of the future, because many, particularly convents, but we see it here again in Montbellieu with the Franciscan Brothers too, the recognition by religious orders of, the need for improvement and the need for encouragement for people and so on. So the Athenry one is quite an early example of that. This one is the County Roscommon Horticultural and Home Industries Society. And clearly it was well established at this point, because this is its 5th annual exhibition, and it took place on the 27th of September 1905, again in the courthouse in Roscommon. So it's wonderful to see courthouses used for all sorts of things. And the portrait of the lady in the front here, because in the poster it says, under the patronage of Her Excellency the Countess of Dudley. So this is the Countess of Dudley here in front, and she was another woman whose husband was the Lord Lieutenant. And again, she was English herself as well, but she recognised the importance of encouraging mainly women from her own class to look beyond their own sphere and get involved with the outside. And she was particularly keen on horticulture, and she was actually a fellow of the Royal Horticultural Society. But she's probably best remembered, and maybe the oldest people in the room might remember, that there was a body called the Lady Dudley Nurses, and they still existed well into the 1950s. And it was set up under her auspices. She collected the money for it. It was a district nursing service, effectively, particularly in the western coastal counties. And there were Lady Dudley nurses in quite remote places all along the western seaboard. But she was also encouraging people to, get involved in these kind of horticultural and home industries societies. And the culmination of it each year were these exhibitions, That's just a report from the newspaper, and the reason I put the two together was it appears together in any case, that first of all it's telling us that the County Roscommon Society, this is in 1906, so obviously they were getting bigger and bigger. Owing to the limited space at the courthouse, they were moving to Kilronan Castle, which some of you may know as a very luxury hotel now in up near Ballyfarnan in North Roscommon, and it was the home of the King family. And a very large premises with big grounds, and that's where it was. The show was being held. But then right underneath it in the newspaper, Mrs. Crofton, the Honorary Secretary of the Roscommon Nursing Committee, indicates that a public meeting would be held in Roscommon on Monday the 27th of August to make arrangements for a nursing scheme in Roscommon. So Mrs. Crofton would be from Moat Park, again, the house the house isn't there anymore, but the premise is quite close to Roscommon town. And the same group again, finally, because there's quite a lot of information about them in the newspapers. Now, you're not going to be able to read that, but these are all the people who were, and there was a large committee, and interestingly, it was composed almost 50-50 of men and women. So, that's quite unusual. If you looked at something like that, probably 20 years earlier, you would find practically no women, even women from that society. So that's unusual as well. It also lists the people who had the dubious honour of being the judges at the show. And Miss Cust was judging the horseshoes. Now, I would say Miss Cust was probably an excellent judge of horseshoes, which is why she was chosen. But it must have been a fairly onerous task, And the reason that all of these societies were replicated in lots of other counties in Ireland. And in 1907, they held a big exhibition, the industrial exhibition, the International Industrial Exhibition in what is now Herbert Park in Dublin. And they had all these buildings specially built, and those kind of societies and groups from all over the country exhibited at it. Now, the buildings don't exist anymore, I think, but we know the park is still there, obviously. But imagine that they built. Now, unfortunately, it was hugely popular with the public, but it lost £100,000, which in 1907 was a heck of a lot of money. So it wasn't, the initiative wasn't repeated after that. I'm getting close to the end now. So the thing here that I'm showing you is, again, you won't be able to read it, but it's an extract from a syllabus. And this time we're going back to Lough Glynn that we saw a little while ago. But Lough Glynn had been taken over by an order of nuns, and they were running a domestic economy school. And these, again, were set up around the country, really with the intention of training farmers' wives to be good farmers' wives, I suppose. And they collaborated quite a lot with the Congested Districts Board, which was also a group that existed at the time. But this is the syllabus for what the girls were learning in Lough Glynn. And I found this last, now it goes through dairy management, poultry keeping, pig rearing, cleaning, cooking, gardening. And then it mentions the home industries like lace making and embroidery, which could be carried on in time not required by the farm or the household. Now, how they could have any time left after they had all this done, I don't know. But anyway, they were all doing that. This is a really significant period in the history of Galway and Roscommon and all of the west, well, all of Ireland really, but particularly the west of Ireland, because there was a seismic change in land ownership in this decade. There was a Land Act passed in 1903 and again in 1909. And by 1919, when there are lots of reports in the parliamentary papers outlining the changes, in terms of the amount of land that was transferred to the owners and so on. But the 1909 report estimates that 8,699 estates had been sold under those two Land Acts, totaling 8.1 million acres at a cost of £79 million. They're massive figures even today, never mind in 1919. And that was that huge transfer. And most of that had actually taken place really before the First World War, because there was a levelling off because of the war. And they didn't get the funding to advance the loans to the tenants and that kind of thing. So really, that decade from 1903 up to 1914 is of huge significance in terms of how society changed. So finally, I suppose the change for our Aleen. These are two notices from, again, the Roscommon newspapers. And they date from April and May 1922. And the one on the far side is the notice of the house, Fort Leicester, being for sale. And the one on this side here is when the house had been sold, the furniture and all the other effects that were being sold. So when she returned, and we know she returned after the war, and she lived for quite a while after the war here before she decided to sell. But that society that I have been painting the picture for you was largely gone when she came back. So the change was such that eventually she recognized I think, she had loved working here and she had loved the people she met and she had loved treating the animals and all of the rest. But I think she saw that that's sort of background structure that had been there and with which she had been involved, however peripherally, had changed utterly in effectively less than 20 years, So these are really interesting because they tell us, what she was selling and so on. We know that she sold the house and then she went to live in Worcestershire, I think it was, in England. So that's a very broad stroke picture of the kind of society that she was living in and the involvement, particularly of the women of that society in the kind of people's lives and in the especially with relation to our agriculture, horticulture and farming and so on. So I hope you've enjoyed it and I hope you have, maybe your appetite has been whetted to do a bit more research as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Murray. Thanks very much for an absolutely wonderful opening talk. It really sets the whole day, if you like. It sets it out for us. We know what's to follow. And the other thing, of course, is to thank you for coming in on time, which is a wonderful thing, because if you start and can keep the time, it's an achievement in itself, as anybody knows that tries to organize stuff. It usually slips a little bit as the day goes, but once it doesn't slip early, it's good. It's good from my perspective. I won't be chairing the later sessions. Now, this is the point where President Catherine Connolly will leave us, and it's my it's my pleasure, as well as my duty. It's my pleasure to thank the President for being here this morning and for opening the symposium. It's a great honour to have the first person of the country here, and it's a wonderful honour to have Catherine Connolly here. I suppose really fitting in with the theme of what everything is about is really about women in power and women. So I suppose, in essence, what we're looking at here is we're looking at, if you like, the manifestation of some of those very, very early struggles that took place. So it's my duty now to, once again, to ask you to put your hands together, stay in your seats, but put your hands together and say goodbye to the President. And as it wasn't possible to have all of the community groups represented in the room, the President is actually now going to view the various exhibitions in that. 5 people were chosen from each of the municipal districts. They are Mary Mullins from Mylock Heritage, Michael Hurley from Lacka Heritage, Leo Finnegan from Williamstown Heritage, Antoinette Lydon, Uachtarard Heritage, and Francis Houlihan for Abbey Heritage. They were actually pulled out of a hat, so it was a lotto, if you like, or a lottery in that case. Now, we're going to proceed with our second talk of the morning. And now we have, well, I have to find my notes now just to keep on track myself. We have Professor Maura Farrell of the School of Geography and Archaeology and Irish Studies at University College Galway. And she's going to, she's going to speak on the topic From Hidden Hands to Recognise Leaders, Women Driving Changes in Agriculture. Again, another topical lecture.
Great. Gurmila Magat. I think you guys might have been not picked out of the hat, so you have to listen to me instead. So I hope that goes fairly well for everybody. Thank you so much. I am absolutely honoured to be here. I really am. And I'm honoured to be here because this is my town and Montpellier is where I'm from. So I am doubly honoured to be here today. And I want to sincerely thank, I suppose, Galway County Council and the Aleen Cust Memorial Society, as well as the Montpellier Agricultural College, for having me here. So I am delighted to be able to do that. And I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about, and it runs very well from Mary's work that she has just. So I'm going to talk to you about those women who did the farming, maybe not the landed gentry who oversaw a lot of what was happening, but most definitely the women who carried on the farming. So I'm going to look at the initial stages at some of the history in and around women in agriculture within an Irish context before I move on very much to women in agriculture today, contemporary look at women in agriculture. And I'm going to look at that through the lens of a project that I've been coordinating over the last 3 years. And I'm going to move along towards the end, and I'm going to look a little bit at our future direction. Where are we going with women in agriculture? What policies do we need to change in order to make sure that we have a society that accepts women in agriculture? So I suppose, and again, thanks for introducing me. I am Professor of Geography in the University in Galway. And a lot of my research over the last number of years has been very much directed around rural and indeed agricultural change. And I suppose I've been very fortunate to have had some success in relation to funding from European Commission funding and indeed Irish agricultural funding as well. And I suppose in that time of my research, one of the areas that I've had a huge interest in is rural women, innovative women, and indeed women in agriculture. And every one of us here today are inspired by different things. And I suppose I have been inspired down through the years by strong women. And I have been inspired very much and encouraged by the men who support me in that journey. Trailblazers such as Aleen, Cust. And I suppose when I look at my own journey in looking at that research, I start to think of my own family and my own people. And I had two grandmothers who were two farmers. They farmed all their lives, right from the time they were born until the day they died. Then women farmed. But then women were never really considered farmers. They were considered farmers' wives. I also look for inspiration, and some of you who were here from Mount Bellew might have remembered my mother-in-law, who is Margaret Farrell. And Margaret Farrell's husband died when she was in her early 40s, and she was left with 4 children. And she managed, again, the mill here in Mount Bellew. You might know the mill here in Mount Bellew as well. And Margaret took over the mill at that time. And again, a hugely strong, capable woman. She was very much a visionary who believed that women in agriculture, women in rural business could be part and a strong part of society. But among those women, I also feel that supportive men are hugely important. My own father, he reared 4 women. There was no young men in our family, there was 4 women. And again, he was one of those men who believed that there was no obstacles for women. You could really do whatever you had to do. And he supported us. He encouraged us in that journey. And I think sometimes strong women, supportive men are really what brings you through a journey in life. And they definitely bring women in agriculture through a journey in life. I'm going to take you through a little journey in history now before I look at contemporary agriculture in Irish society. And again, Mary alluded to, I suppose, that idea of where women were placed within agriculture and agricultural society. And I suppose really the 19th century and into the early 20th century, these women in agriculture were definitely the farmers' wives. And they really were a huge contributors to the Irish economy, to the rural economy. These were the women who took part in the dairy, the poultry, the pigs and the crops. These were the women who were selling the eggs. These were the women who were selling the butter. These were the women who were trying to generate that household income. But they weren't just doing that. These women had multiple roles. So while they were balancing the domestic roles that they had, they were also very involved in the farm labour as well. So women were involved in the harvesting, the cutting, the turf, and while also, and Mary alluded to this idea of setting up industries was something that women were very involved in within Irish society. So that lace making. So these women at the time were very definitely crossing that gender boundary. And in doing that, they were very much recognised in their own communities, on their own farms, in their own family. But on the outside of that, they were very invisible to the broader community. They were very invisible to history. They were considered the farmers' wives. They were considered people who took part in that domestic duty and that farm duty when they were needed. And I suppose all of the economic advantages that the women had were further sidelined really as we moved into that cooperative creamery society where funding was often redirected to the male farm owners at the time. Moving on, I suppose, to the 1920s and the 1950s, we very much seen a growing patriarchal society within Irish structures. And we started to see new inheritance practices and a dowry system. And that dowry system, it often reduced, I suppose, the choices available to women. And male heads of households became the owners of the land and they dominated land ownership in Ireland at that time. And they still do today. And I suppose this was aligned very much with a very reinforced, rigid social and religious norms at the time, where women had a particular place in society. The census figures at this time would also show us that there was a gradual acceleration of a departure of women from farming at the time. And women were seen as that assisted relative if they weren't seen as the farmer's wife. And particularly after the Second World War, those women started to depart from that scene. And again, we started to see high rates of female immigration, particularly women leaving rural Ireland, but also women leaving roles as assisted relatives within agriculture where really they saw no future for themselves. If we start to move on to the 1960s and on into the 1990s, women lost further authority on the farm. As farming in Ireland started to specialise, you had a specialist in a particular area, and we started to lose our poultry industry, and particularly our poultry industry where women had an economic gain from that. So that was kind of stripped from women at that particular time. And in many respects, we've seen a reinforcement of this as our advisory services in Ireland grew. And those advisory services, to match what was happening in the country at the time, a lot of those would have trained in home management or home management advisors. And we often hear now about women in agriculture, how they're very good with the books and they're very good with the money. Well, that actually came from a point in our history where they would have been trained by our advisors. And they would have been trained to carry out the budgeting on the farms. But in doing that, they started to slip from their role as women who were actually an economic advantage to the farm in their own right by selling their poultry and everything else with it. I suppose once we started to move into the European Economic Community in 1973, that changed a lot again in agriculture in rural areas. And for women, it created a little bit more space. It created a little bit more time for these women. And that, I suppose, at the time came very much with the marriage bar being lifted in Irish society. So it opened up a world of work off farms for many women within Irish society. So we started to see women moving away into jobs, into rural areas, into urban areas for work. But for women who stayed on farms, their status didn't change. And in many respects, these women that stayed in farms, they continued to play that assisting relative role, or indeed the farmer's wife role. And they played the farmer's wife role for many, many years. I did my PhD in Teagasc a number of years ago, and I often remember looking at the National Farm Survey when many, many years, there was not a place for women within that survey. And it is one of the aspects and issues that we have an issue with, the data collection. Are we collecting data in relation to women where they are working in agriculture? So I suppose moving on a little bit to a more contemporary and modern society, I'm going to look at Irish agriculture today. And I'm going to look at it from, I suppose, the lens of a project that I have been involved in over the last 3 years. And this is the FALARA project. And the FALARA project, FALARA stands for Female-Led Innovation in Agriculture and in Rural Areas. And it was a project that I coordinated out of the University of Galway. We were given €3 million from the European Commission in order to coordinate that project. We had 15 partners across 10 countries across Europe. And I was delighted to have 2 other partners here in Ireland. We had Teagasc, Anne Kinsella is here with us today in front of me. And Anne was one of those people on that project from Teagasc. We also had Longford Women's Link. And the key aim of the project was to try and understand and build an awareness of the role of women. What were women doing in farming in Irish society and European society? But what were these women doing in relation to sustainability, in relation to sustaining farms and in relation to sustaining the environment and sustaining rural society? And I suppose at the beginning of all of these projects, you have the wonderful task of trying to write what you're going to do. And for me, we were coming off the back of another European project called Ruralisation. And I was still very much, I suppose, impacted by a rural society across Europe that still had a lot of demographic decline. It had a lot of poor services and it had limited opportunities. And we were also coming off the back of COVID at the time. So married with these challenges, we had the challenges coming out of COVID, but we also had challenges in and around climate change. But when you see challenges, you also see opportunities. And opportunities for us within a rural context came in the guise of digital opportunities, ecological transitions as well. And I suppose when you are trying to grasp opportunities within a rural society in particular, you absolutely need to make sure you're involving everybody in that challenge and everybody in that opportunity. And in many parts of rural Europe and in rural Ireland, men would dominate, particularly farming and indeed rural enterprise. So I suppose for us, we wanted to see where we could include women and how those women could be included, how we could overcome those barriers. So the Falara project was very much around that. But from the word go, we wanted to bring forward and highlight women that were hugely successful already. We wanted to see them as women that other people and other young girls and women could follow. So we wanted to showcase women that were involved in farming already or involved in rural enterprise. The project itself took 4 key areas. And I suppose you always start these projects with looking at the context around what's happening and building a conceptual framework. How do we understand what's happening using some key ideas and key concepts? We also carried out a foresight and trend analysis. Let's see what's going to happen into the future and how can we match that. We also carried out a series of case studies right across Europe, and we developed 4 community of practices, and we selected and looked towards the policy design for the future. And I suppose for a few minutes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at all of those 4 divisions of the project, but I'm going to look at them specifically within an Irish context and within a farming context. And I suppose looking at the context of Irish agriculture and the concepts that we needed for the Falara project, we started to see that the majority of Irish farms, 96% of them are family owned. That's what we have here in Ireland. And generally, the transfer of the family farm, it's very much intergenerational family succession. But for us here in Ireland, that often means that it's the male who would take over the farm, and generally the head or the oldest male. That is changing somewhat, but it is still quite a dominant force. In Ireland, again, the farm holder, or as we would know him, the herd holder, would be the legal owner of the farm. And in some recent statistics, we would see that 86% of male farmers here in Ireland would be the farm holder or the herd owner. And we would have about 13% female farm holders of farms here in Ireland, or the herd owner. But those older women who hold that 13%, they're generally older women, and they generally inherit that farm as a result of the husband passing away. So you have that percentage, but again, it's an older population of women who would be farm owners or farm holders. We do have change. And over the last 10 years, we've seen that figure of farm holders in Ireland of women increase from over 11% to over 13%. But when you look at the statistics, what you will also see is alongside that 13% farm holder, you will see up to 34% of women engaged in farming, but they are not the holder of that land. And it means that their presence on the land can often be quite tenuous. And I suppose, again, when we look at Irish agriculture at the moment, one of the key issues that we have is succession. We have an older generation of farmers and we have a lesser generation of young farmers taking over. And at the moment, we have 46% of farmers have a succession plan in this country. And about 16% of them have said that the women or a woman or a daughter or a relative will take over that farm. So again, quite a small percentage. When we looked at the concepts in the Falara project, we tried to understand where we were coming from with women in agriculture and women in rural entrepreneurship. And the key concepts we tried to use in order to understand that, first of all, was very much the rural context. It was then innovation, entrepreneurship, digital technology, sustainability. Those were key concepts that we had in our head as we went through this process of the project. One very interesting aspect of the Falara project that we looked at here in Ireland as well was a foresight and trend analysis. And we had a wonderful partner in Thomas Kumanen, who is a professor in the University of Turku in Finland. And Thomas guided us through this aspect of looking at foresight and trend analysis. So we looked 15 to 20 years into the future. And what we wanted to see was, what was our vision for sustainability? What could we reach for sustainability? And then in looking at that, we looked to see, well, where are the innovations that in some way can realize that vision? And in looking at all of that, what we then matched it to was, where do the women fit in relation to those visions? Where do the women fit in relation to those sustainability aspects? And we carried out this across 9 countries right across Europe. And we looked at it as well through different typologies of rural. And I suppose many of us here who are from rural Ireland, we will know that there's very different rurals. So us here in Montpellier, we might have a very different rural than out in Connemara. Or we might have a very different rural than an area of Clare Galway, right into the city of Galway. But yet we would consider all of those rurals. So for this part of the research, we divided it into 3 rural typologies: a rural village, a remote rural area, and a rural area close to the city. For us in Ireland, we selected a remote rural area, and we selected that out in Connemara. And we carried out a huge piece of work out there where we interviewed focus groups, we interviewed individuals, we talked to people, we talked to a number of people. So over that period of time, we started to analyse the data that we had collected. And we're moving around there. The analysis showed us some really interesting aspects. And what we started to see is, if we look 15 to 20 years into the future, there is a huge advantage to having women on farms and in rural innovations. Women have extensive networks. They have very good educational backgrounds. They appreciate that soft and social values in many rural communities. They have a very good ground level knowledge of places and indeed communities, and so on. We also found, however, obstacles. There are many, many obstacles for us to realise those future visions. And the obstacles were often a lack of demand for novel innovations that women might need to implement. There's still a lack of equality. There's a lack of capital, a lack of funding for women who want to get into either farming or innovative practices. There's a lack of networks. There's also a lack of courage, not just by the women themselves, but in general by society, who need to support these women and their innovative practices. And having done that piece of work, we then decided, okay, what measures should we be putting in place over the next 10 to 15 years to realise these visions? And one of the first ones that we came across was an organisation of platforms for the co-creation and cooperation of women. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that over the last few months, the European Commission have taken that result in hand, and they have set up a Women in Farming platform. And there's 27 of us women here in Ireland that are on the platform, myself and Anne Kinsella included. So we're delighted to see results of these projects now being implemented by the European Commission. But again, there are many, many more measures within this suite of measures as well that we should try and implement over the coming years to see women being within agriculture, but also within innovations in rural areas. The case study work that we carried out 20 case studies, and that amounted to 200 interviews right across the European Union. I carried out 30 interviews here in Ireland with women in agriculture and women in rural businesses. And again, we produced a huge suite of work in and around that. And today I've selected a series of that results particularly with women in agriculture. And when I spoke to these women, many women had motivating factors for being involved in farming and being involved in agriculture. And when we speak to farmers, you often talk about that emotional attachment to the land. But when we spoke to women involved in farming, you had the exact same emotional attachment. You had women who were hugely connected to the land, connected to the animals, and indeed connected to rural life. Women who were raised on farms, or even women who were brought into that farm via marriage. A motivating factor for many women was also independence and entrepreneurship. Farm diversification, and these women diversified their farms. There were hugely independent women who wanted to diversify their farms in order to enhance that single income on that farm. Many women that I interviewed, and the study we carried out in Ireland, showed that many women involved in farming have a passion for food. They have a very strong belief in local and organic food production, not just for themselves, their own family, but they also want to educate consumers around that food and organic production. We also found a motivating factor is the transferal of skills from these women. So many women going into farming or in farming have a background in another area. And these farmers that we talked to, they had a background in social care, hospitality, education, and they were bringing that skill onto the farm. We also found that many women were motivated by their community, their family, and indeed the legacy they could leave on that farm. They were creating local jobs by enhancing that farm, but they were also inspiring other women to get involved in farming and indeed the broader agriculture as well. But that didn't, I suppose, alleviate from the fact that these women have a lot of constraints when it comes to agriculture as well, as do many people in agriculture. But the women that I spoke to, really one of their key issues was the insecurity that they feel in and around their heritage, their inheritance, and property rights. So frequently women are overlooked in relation to succession, and many women build farm businesses without having that long-term ownership that they desperately need. The bureaucracy and the paper overload that many farmers feel often is left for the woman on that farm. Women found it very difficult to access finance. And, you know, for me, listening to these women, I think I was very taken aback by one particular woman who told me that she wanted to set up a business on her farm. And she went to the local credit union, as we often do. And they told her, and this is not the Montpellier Credit Union, so just to take from that, but she was told in that credit union that it would be better if she filled in the form saying she was renovating her home or buying a car. Don't mention that you're going to do anything, setting up any kind of a business on the farm, because you won't get the money. So again, that access to finance is still a huge issue for many women. Family and childcare pressures often are left on the shoulders of women. And I would always say women face huge challenges in farms and in rural areas, but those are not women challenges. Those are societal challenges. And leaving them and pretending that they're women challenges really, in many respects, denigrates what's happening in Irish society at the moment. They are not women's challenges, they're societal challenges. Climate and seasonal labour shortages also fell on the shoulders of women. Women were also affected by unpredictable weather issues. They were also affected by a lack of seasonal working help, particularly women who were trying to get on maternity leave or mind small children. But what I also found from these women is that they have a huge impact. These women, either if they are working on farms, diversifying their farms, or setting up a small rural business, these women are strengthening rural communities. Their innovations are creating a vital hub for that rural area. They are boosting local economies. They are either retaining that farm or they are setting up a business off that farm. These women are also challenging and changing the narrative that we have around women in agriculture and entrepreneurship in rural areas. They're really, I suppose, disrupting and groundbreaking that space that has been very much dominated by men down through the years. These women are also leaving a legacy and a lasting change. They're very much impacted by the environment. They are very much driving a change for their farm. So what we see here is that women are impacting in relation to stronger communities, more viable economies, and changing mindsets. One of the key aspects that I found here in Ireland from the Flower Project was in and around sustainability. And it didn't matter if I spoke to a woman who was involved in organic farming or not. It didn't matter. Every single woman that I spoke to had an unbelievable ethos around the environment. They were hugely conscious of the environment. And I suppose this finding for me struck me in relation to, I suppose, our future common agricultural policy here in Ireland. And when we start to think of the driving changes that we have in the environment, I often think that women are the secret weapon, and they're the secret weapon that's not been changed or not been used when we're trying to really drive home an environmental issue for the environment and farming here in Ireland. We also set up a community of practice right across Europe. We had 4 major community practices, and we selected 2 ambassadors here in Ireland. One of those women is Bláthnaid Gallagher. I think Bláthnaid is with us. And we also had Ursula Kelly, who is, again, an amazing entrepreneur who runs Cormac Tagging. These are 2 women who took part in the Flower Project, but now have carried this mantle. As many of you will know, this is the International Year of the Women Farmer, and we've had a huge number of events already here in Ireland. And I suppose when we look at those events, and we also look at the way in which the Flower Project has disseminated our results and our findings, and we've disseminated them through academic papers, we've disseminated them through local media, national media, we've spoken Brussels, we've spoken the Parliament, we've spoken the Oireachtas here in Ireland. And all of that is communication and dissemination, which is exactly what we want. But without policy, it is not enough. So we need policy in order to change the direction that we are going. And I suppose when we look at the Flower Project, we created a network of policies that were hugely important. And those networks of policies are relevant for women right across Europe and for many of the organisations, I suppose, that are governing women and agriculture as well. But when I looked at the results from Ireland, I decided that maybe we needed policies that were a little bit more directed towards Ireland. So we have selected 9 Irish policy recommendations that we are at the moment giving to the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Rural and Community Development. And we're hoping that these policies will be looked at when we are changing policy direction at the moment in the country. And I suppose one key aspect that we want to drive forward is this idea of access to finance for women, making it easier for women to access finance, whether they're trying to access land, which again is hugely difficult, or whether they are trying to set up a business on that farm. Education and training. We have one of the most educated women in this country, but sometimes they need specific skills around agriculture that's also required and needed. Women's empowerment, empowering women via the policy directions that we actually have. Digital pathways as well. And in looking at AI, one of the biggest issues that women have in farming, in rural areas, in anything, is the lack of time. AI is one of those future and current aspects of digital technology that can really change and give back time to women. So I think we need policies around this as well. Gender inclusion in ACAS. People in front of me who are involved in agriculture will know about ACAS in Ireland at the moment, the Agricultural Knowledge Innovation System. What I found via my own interviews that women did not know what this was about. So we need to make sure that they're included in that process. The CAP and gender. We were very fortunate in Ireland for the last CAP strategic plan. Ireland and Spain were the only 2 countries that implemented policies around gender. What I'm asking now for the Common Agricultural Policy, for the Department of Agriculture, is to evaluate them. Do not roll them out again unless you evaluate them. Are they correct? Are they what is needed? And if we can do that, then roll them out again. Generational renewal, which I spoke about a few moments ago, is one of the key issues. Who is the successor? We need to make sure that women are included in that conversation, if that is what they want. If women want to be included within farming and agriculture, then they need to be included within that succession generation renewal conversation. Strengthening the voice of rural and farm women. Where are women when it comes to the high echelons of governance? We need to make sure that their voice is there as well. Work-life balance also becomes hugely important, allowing women to take on the roles on farms, but also to be able to balance that work life as well. So I suppose those are our 9 policy recommendations for government that we will try to push forward over the coming months and the coming weeks. And I suppose I just want to finish now, and again, bringing it back to Aleen Cust herself. She was a woman who led the way. And looking at this project, looking at women in agriculture, looking at women in rural areas, I feel that women in farming are continuing to lead the way. And they are continuing to lead the way by driving farm viability through farm diversification and adding value to that farm. They are strengthening rural communities, I suppose, by creating social hubs, by creating local employment. They are leading sustainability. Women are at the forefront of organics, regenerative, and indeed environmental conscious farming. Women are also bringing new skills onto the farms, and we need to recognise and celebrate this. But women are also changing the narrative. They're changing the narrative around who can be a successful rural business person or who can be a farmer. And I want to finish with the conversation with a very small piece of I suppose, not antidote, it was real. I was at a funeral in Minla, many of you would know, and our local priest, Father Carl, he spoke about a neighbour of mine, and I'm from a place called Bonogs, which is not too far from here. And he spoke about a neighbour of mine, and I'm sure she won't mind. Jo was a very good friend of ours, and she was called Aleen Killian. And Aleen farmed her whole life. And Father Carl stood up at her funeral, and he said Aleen was a farmer. And I thought, I've just done years of research, and we can't come to that conclusion. But Aleen was a farmer. She wasn't a farmer's wife. She wasn't an assisting relative. She was a farmer. And I think that's where we need to go. And that's what we need to do into the future. Women are farmers, and we need to see that and recognise that. So on that note, Goramina Mahagat.
Now, folks, I would say follow that, and I have to follow it because, I have to follow it because on my brochure here, there's a formula that we're following here, but I got beckoned out of the room there. So one of the things that we have to do is we have to remain in the room for a little longer because the president has got delayed in her circuit looking at the various community banners and projects and that. So we have to stay in here. So I'm not sure what we're all going to do for that because we're buying into some time after the coffee, which is fine. But you might just see there that we have, I don't know whether you have these brochures or not, you have, yeah. The panel discussion that was to take place after the coffee is unlike the panel discussion that's taking place later. There's no panel sitting here at the moment. Our panel are actually our 2 previous speakers. And in many ways, maybe panel discussion is a misnomer. This is a questions and answers. And I would also think an opportunity for comments on that. And maybe, I don't know, girls, I don't want to have you standing on the podium here, but if you don't mind, and I'll share the microphone with you. Or maybe I won't even have to. I can step back and you can do the talking. But I suppose one of the questions that comes out for me, well, first of all, I found both lectures absolutely powerful lectures. And that last one, that last lecture, and maybe I shouldn't be calling them lectures because people, you know, they're talks. But that last one reminded me very much of my granny. And I was fortunate, I suppose, to be reared in a house where there was a very strong mum, very, very strong mum. And we were big farmers, huge farmers, you know. And we had 4 cows. With 4 cows, I don't know how many calves we had, but we had enough calves and 2 children. One was me, a grandchild, and the other was my Uncle Kevin, who was 3 years younger than me. So my granny had a lot to do, but she had my Uncle Tommy, who was also a farmer, but he worked on board Mona. Just those small little farms, 15, 20 acres. But in my time living on a farm, and I lived on a farm until I was in my mid-20s, I was actually given the opportunity when we got married to move into the farm. But I said, no point, there'd be a row between the 2 women anyway for a start. But the other thing is that there'd be no experience to be brought back to the farm because we were never allowed go near a cow other than when there was a calf appearing and that we had to get at the other end to do the mechanical bit, if you like. We never milked a cow. And the reason for it is my granny said, no, you'll frighten the cows. She just didn't believe it. But she was a strong person. She was a woman who was born actually in Liverpool, who came to Ireland as a 16-year-old. And she said her first encounter with her relations in Lardenstown in Kylemore was when she first saw a hen. And she was so afraid of the hen that she got up in a chair because she never saw a yoke like it ever in her life before. But she married into a small little farm down on the banks of the Shannon, in the floods on the banks of the Shannon. And she very quickly became the farmer because my grandfather, as she would say herself, she called him Jock. Jack was his name, but she called him Jock. She said he was useless. He knew nothing about farming, absolutely. He knew nothing. The nearest he ever got to doing anything worthwhile on the farm was setting the dog after the geese. And you can imagine what happens there, especially when the farmer is looking out the window and sees all of this happen. This is fact. So he was useless. She sent him to the shop for the messages and stuff like that. I never saw him feeding a calf. I never saw him milking a cow. And yes, I suppose technically he was the head of the household and technically the farmer. You know, he knew nothing about it. He yoked the ass and went to the bog to bring home turf. That's not farming, really. We did that as well as kids. But anyway, I'm buying time here. This is a bit of a game here at the moment, as you can see. This is frantic stuff. Now, well, anyway, what I want to do is, I suppose, I want to throw it open to the floor for questions. So if anybody has a question for either of the two speakers, and you can remember back to the topics, will you please ask it now? This lady here, yes? And you might just say who you are, if you don't mind.
My name is Paula Barry Walsh. Firstly, thank you for two really very interesting talks and very informative and enlightening when you look at things over a period of time. My question is really about the current situation and moving towards the innovation cycle that you mentioned. And I think we are all aware that women on farms, there have been, if you read the Farmers Journal, you will see that there's many women generally starting with what I would call reasonably low risk, low loan, very little money, and they grow sometimes to the point that they become the major farm earner. And look, the invisibility has always been an issue. But I think one of the points around the, gaining, starting new industries, starting diversification is that as women move towards this, they don't generally get to leave behind those other work, the home, the looking after the parents, the doing the school runs, carrying what is now, I understand, called the emotional baggage around the childcaring, even where, and I'm not saying husbands aren't good or partners aren't good, but they do tend to carry this extra load. And I do wonder, while the government may take up the initiative as such, the economic situation may benefit. But in terms of the quality of life of the woman who now probably still has to work on the conventional farm, is running a business and running a household, that the fallout from that hasn't really been addressed. And your point about society changing, it doesn't appear to be keeping up sufficiently to allow women to benefit, in a sense, from what they're doing in terms of having a quality of life and a balance in that. I did see where the balance in life was included. So I'd love if you could tell me a little bit more about how that might work. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if this is on or not, but I think you might be able to hear me. Absolutely. And one of the key aspects that we found within the project itself was this idea of women engaging in more and more. And I suppose as over a number of years, and I suppose in the past, what we've seen was women looking after children and elderly relatives on the household. And for a number of years, that kind of changed as we've seen older people moving into nursing homes. That's changed again now. And we now see again women looking after older people in homes as well as children. And I suppose trying to set up a business, I spoke to a person in the Department of Agriculture recently, and after presenting a lot of this work, the first thing that she said to me was, how can you get them to scale up? How can you get them to produce more? And I was thinking to myself, but you're missing the point here. You're missing the point that it's their choice if they want to scale up more or not. You're missing the point that, do they have the capacity? Do they have the capacity with everything they're doing? But when you marry what you've talked about with rural society, that what can ease the pressure for many women is also the other parts of the research that we do in relation to rural. So the other issues that we have in rural areas impact women. So if you don't have proper childcare in your area, if you don't have a farm hand to come on, if you don't have funding, all of them things are the things that impact those women. So we have a lot to do for rural society that will impact women. So when I say that these issues are not just women issues, they're societal issues. So we need to think bigger, to think higher, and to get those things fixed and those things impacted on before they will have an impact on women. But without a doubt, it's not today or tomorrow that we're going to fix the fact that women who take on these roles take on the extra. They don't sideline themselves to a new job on the farm. They take on the extra. And we still haven't found anything to correct that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gypsy Gifford, a farmer, cheesemaker, and now completely infuriated. I didn't plan here coming to get so upset, but when you talk about how at the turn of the 19th century, in the early 19th century, that we went from a non-independent, my accent does not, by the way, match my loyalty to this country, just so you know. But you talk about the system shifting to a mass export system, a mass taking the butter out of the hands of the female farmers and putting it into this mass export system, which we're now locked into today with a multi-billion-dollar value for the country, and moving what you referred to as the domestic economic practices. I have two kind of questions, but now I've lost them because I'm so fired up. And thank you for that. But I guess my main thing is, how do we also, I also the other day was in a course, and I can't be in a course, sorry, professors, without arguing with a teacher, but I won't argue with you because I agree with you. But the teacher was speaking about organics, and she talked about, she discouraged people from going into organic pig farming or organic chicken farming unless it's for layer hens, because there's no money in it. But the money was in it. The domestic money was in it. And I believe the domestic money can come back to it, but the system is broken and the support structures around the communities are not there. So I guess I would say, one, to the first lecture, how do we redefine domestic economy to match local food policy and local food economy? And then to the other professor, how do we, with policy change, truly enforce systems change at a local level to support diversified farm incomes? Not for, particularly to prevent new entrant female farmers to just joining into the patriarchal export system. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you want to say something
There's
as well.
quite a lot to unpack there, I think. The whole idea, well, the period I was referring to really was just the beginning of what Maura referred to afterwards, the development of the cooperative, you know, the whole idea that people could sell their produce. And that was perceived at the time as an advantage. I think that's the case. But it was very interesting how Maura brought out the fact that it did take away the autonomy from women, and that very often it was the male, if there was a male head of household, who ended up getting the income from the produce that was sold at the cooperative. I'm not sure that the initiatives that I referred to, we'll say, for example, the Poultry Society in Clonbrock as an example, I think that was perceived maybe more that the fact that it was going to add extra income to the household. I don't know if the policy was deliberately towards empowering women at the time, but that was the impact that it had in many cases, because that particular type of work was what women did carry out. And similarly with the whole home industries, the making of lace or the embroidery or whatever, those kind of craft, I suppose, craft based, again, they were very much, women activities. And I would think perhaps the influence of bodies like the Congested Districts Board, which was a government organisation of the time, did have a specific policy towards encouraging the development of those. But again, I'm not sure that they were looking towards the empowerment of women. It was probably more of a consequence rather than a plan. I'm not sure what you'd say about that, Maureen.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we started the Flower Project, and I suppose when I start my own research, one of the first things that when you look at the data, it tells you women are not farmers and they're not rural entrepreneurs. And yet when you look back in history, you see that these were the entrepreneurs. The women were the entrepreneurs. They were the ones selling the butter. They were the ones selling the eggs. They were the ones doing that on farms. But I suppose the changes in society took that away. But in many respects, which I find farm diversification really interesting. I was in Pennsylvania a few weeks ago at a conference over there, and I spoke to a number of women over there, and we went out on sites and we visited a lot of farms out there. And I spoke to the women and I said, how do you get on with farm diversification? And they looked at me and they went, what do you mean farm diversification? And I said, well, you have an apple industry here and you produce apple juice and whatever. And she was going, that's not farm diversification, that's farming. And all of the people I spoke to, they were farmers. These women were farmers. It didn't make a difference to them what they did on farms. We have this identity here in Ireland that we must put a name on something. So if you were on a farm and you were a woman and you were changing the direction of that farm from dairy or beef or something, then you were a farm diversifier. And by being a farm diversifier, sometimes you don't come under policy. There are cheesemakers in this country who come under horticulture and they don't come under the CAP strategic plan. They're not funded under that. And yet they're doing that on their farms. They're doing that on their land. They're adding value. And sometimes women can also be the problem because they're not standing forward. They're not coming forward. And I remember years ago that one of the first women I spoke to, and she was doing organic farming. And I spoke to her, and at this stage, she was 10 years an organic farmer. And I spoke to her, and she was, and forgive me, giving out about advisory services. And she was saying that the advisor comes on the land and he never talks to her. And I said, well, how come he never talks to her? Well, she said, when we started the organics a number of years ago, when the advisor came on, he asked for my husband, and I directed him to my husband. Now, my husband knows nothing about organic farming. And to this day, 10 years later, he still knows nothing about organic farming. And I said to her, well, why didn't you tell the advisor that you were the organic farmer? And she said, I didn't want to upset my husband.
Yeah.
So we have lots of those situations where we cannot move ahead in farming because we do not believe there's an identity for women in that field. And farm diversification is one of those as well. We really will try and change some of that in policy if we can at all. And I think we have the data now to do that.
Folks, thanks very much for responding. I think a smiley or a thumbs up or something there to say that the president has actually departed. So the protocols will allow us now go for a coffee. And can we continue this conversation when we come back? Because I think there's a lot more to come out here. Depending on if there's another plan that I'm not aware of. I want to say thanks very much to both of our speakers for a wonderful morning.
Thanks very much.
I might need
Oh, listen, she for easier. I know, that's the first time anyone's ever said that. I'm supposed to stop people. Will you just check? Yeah. Will you check? So I'm going to maybe kick off with the first question, really, which is a kind of a general question on what inspired your interest in animal behavior?
I'm tweaking. Yours is there. Just move. I woke at 5. No, I only had 3 hours. I woke at 5. And I didn't want to wake until 6:30.
I was up at 5.
I have due to travel. I didn't need to come back. Yeah.
No, you have to outdo us.
As soon as the sun peaks over the horizon.
It was over 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, there was biscuits on there. I didn't bring any. I bought those because they're sugar free.
You did? Thank you.
So the next session is on to for how long? 12? Half 12?
It's an hour-long video.
Wasn't it?
I don't know.
And
He
then
was saying that he's going to continue on the panel when we come back in. So,
Oh, really?
yeah.
What's
Well,
how's
for
that?
that.
But like the panel is only supposed to go on for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then when they come back, it's going to be 25 minutes. It's actually on video.
And the video.
The
then?
video is going to be an hour long.
Yeah.
And that will push it out to lunch. So if they go back into questions, so that's what's going to make everything one minute. Unless now they're going to shorten the lunch. 12:15 to 2 is a bit long.
Where's lunch here?
So down in the canteen.
I just need the posters about it. Or the sign here.
The only reason I had left it there was the edge of the pitch for the projector. I don't know. Nothing to do. It's just Kyle had to put it in the arena. Why? Why did it?
Cemetery. I'm all
Why?
about cemetery. Was it yeah, what was it the left corner? It's because when they moved in, it made it worse because you had to move in with them.
Just that like arm or like shoulder was like crazy.
Oh, yeah. No, okay. I was going to say, you could put it behind the you can't last. Yeah. And you get feedback as well. Look, it's grand, it's going, running smooth. Nobody was arrested.
There's a nice shop there now.
Podium. That's the first thing you do. Governmental. Government. No, we,
You and Gary did the family one.
yeah, we did the one out in Port Talbot. Were you shooting that? Yeah, we were there.
Was that on the side?
Just, we did it on Saturday.
On Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see.
Me, home, American, then was there later on.
I didn't see. We were picking crazy back then.
Crazy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And if you leaned against the wall, the whitewash should come off everything.
Oh, yeah. No, it was so okay though. So good.
And as I say,
You first. You first. Don't have to stand near this. Do you know? Yeah. You do. That's your. That's okay. Stand with me now. Yeah. So we'll go. Yeah. We'll kick it off again. All right. Good to say. Hi, everybody. So we're going to kick off again and get straight into it. I'm Lorna. It is our great pleasure to introduce this special recorded conversation with Dr. Temple Grandin, whose pioneering work has inspired people around the world through her remarkable insights into autism, animal welfare, and innovative thinking. We're especially honoured to introduce this interview because Edna and I had the privilege of meeting Temple Grandin during our visit to Ireland. Spending time with her gave us a unique appreciation of the person behind her achievements, a woman of extraordinary wisdom and generosity. Her ability to see the world differently and to help others see it different too has made her one of the world's most influential voices in autism advocacy and animal science. So Temple's message has always been one of possibility. She has encouraged us to recognise the strengths that come from different ways of thinking and to remind us that innovation often comes from minds that see the world differently. Through her work, she has transformed our understanding of autism while also revolutionising animal welfare practices, leaving an extraordinary legacy in both fields. Although Temple cannot be with us in person today, we are delighted to share this recorded interview, which captures her characteristic honesty, insight, and practical wisdoms. Please enjoy the special conversation with Dr. Temple Grandin. Principal of Mount Bellew College. Edna has also met you a number of years ago when you were here for the few days. And then we continue on to Laura, who is part of the Young Farmer Forum 2026 that we're running. And she's also an ag science teacher. And Donal, lastly, is the Aleen Cust Society again, who you met a number of years ago here in the college.
Okay. So Temple, we have a couple of questions that might get us going into a bit of a conversation.
All right, why don't we just do that?
Fantastic. So I'm going to maybe kick off with the first question, really, which is a kind of a general question on what inspired your interest in animal behavior?
Well, students have got to get exposed. And when I was 15, I had the opportunity to go out to my aunt's ranch. And that's where I got introduced to beef cattle. And I also in high school, I got really introduced to horses. And that's what started the interest. Students have to get exposed to things to get interested. And then they can find out, well, I like this, or they might go, oh, I really hate this. But you won't know unless they get exposed. I'm a big believer, get kids off the devices and get them out doing a lot more hands-on things. I love to build things as a kid, so things that I really like to do.
Brilliant. And in terms of the behavior part of animals, you know, I think a lot of Irish people love animals. We have a strong agricultural society, and that our society is, you know, a lot of people grow up on farms and people like animals. But your interest went a lot deeper than that. You had real interest in animal behavior, and that's something that is fascinating to so many people. So maybe tell us a little bit about that.
When I was in college, I had the opportunity to take a wonderful animal behavior course from a retired Harvard professor, a classical ethologist who studies the natural behavior of animals. And that was one of the things that really got the interest going. Probably wouldn't have gotten quite so interested if I had not taken that class.
Well, and I guess, you know, we talk a bit about mentors and experiences and having an influence on people's career. Would you say that professor was one of the mentors or one of the big influences on your career?
He was not a mentor. He just taught this class. The person that was a mentor was my high school science teacher, who gave me interesting perception projects. I got fascinated with optical illusions, and he challenged me to figure out how to make them. He gave me interesting projects to do, and I still saw him when I was in college. And now the very first work I did in cattle was to get down the chutes and see what the cattle were seeing, and they would stop at a shadow. They'd stop at a reflection. things that most people didn't notice. I still today have to talk to people about these kinds of problems. They just don't see them. And I think another thing that helped me, I'm an extreme visual thinker. And I talk about that in my book, Visual Thinking, the hidden gifts of people who think in pictures, patterns, and abstractions. And you have people that are visual thinkers. They're going to be good with animals. They're going to be good with building things and mechanical stuff. Then you have more mathematical thinkers. They think in patterns. And then you have your word thinkers. And one of the things I'm very concerned today is we're having so much emphasis, at least in the US, on algebra and calculus. You're screening out your visual thinkers, your best veterinarians, your best people doctors. These visual thinking and clinical skills are the same thing. I worked with people that build equipment for me that had barely graduated from high school, and they owned big shops, and they invented mechanical things. I'm very worried that we're screening these people out, and we need them to fix and build things. And that's what I discuss in the visual thinking book. And research shows the object visualizer like me is very different than the mathematical mind. So abstract math's very difficult for me. And right now, to become a veterinarian, you have to take algebra and calculus. I don't even know if I could graduate from high school today. They've got so many math requirements, but they're not teaching any practical math, which you'd actually need for being a veterinarian.
Isn't that a great message for ensuring that that we're very welcoming to all kinds of diverse thinkers, people who think in many different ways and who learn in different ways and who have strengths in different ways of seeing the world? I mean, isn't that a great message for that kind of inclusion, and to understand that the best kind of teams are the teams where you've got all those perspectives, maybe?
Well, the thing is, I think what we need to do in the math requirements is maybe let them the visual thinkers substitute geometry or a lot of practical math. But right now, we have some schools, if you want to do a 2-year community college degree in factory maintenance, they're making you take algebra and calculus. You're going to screen out your very best people in factory maintenance. I spent 25 years in industrial construction. And I worked with people that not have advanced degrees, but they could build anything mechanical. And then we need the mathematicians to make the refrigeration for the plant. You see, you need to have the whole team. And I'm very concerned that we're screening out our visual thinkers that really understand mechanical equipment.
Yeah. And maybe just to move on then, and I'll ask people here if they want to chip in with any comments or questions, but is there any lesson that you might have learned later in life that you wished you maybe had known a lot earlier on?
Well, I had a lot of good mentors. There was a contractor I worked with. He showed me how to start a business. That was really good. I'm some of the things it was kind of a silly thing. I was kicking myself. I should have gotten some patents on some equipment I designed, and I threw it into the public domain because I was too busy, because I never realized that patents could become cool publications.
Yeah.
And I was working on stuff in the 80s that you could be able to look them up on phones. I'm kind of kicking myself I didn't get those patents, but that's kind of a silly thing. It's not that important, and the equipment's all way past any patenting stage anyway.
In our careers, and we've lived a lot of years. I'm looking around my table, and we've a couple of younger people here, but some of the rest of us have lived a bit longer, and we've seen huge changes in our lifetimes. Is there what do you think in your life, you talked about when you were in high school and in college, and the big changes maybe in technology or on the farm or in the workplace? What are the big changes maybe that you might share with us that you feel have had a big impact, particularly in farming and agriculture?
Well, there's a lot of stuff in farming. Okay, I was visiting cattle feedlots and ranches in the 70s. There's a lot of stuff that really hasn't changed. You still have to handle cattle. People have gotten a whole lot better at that. Low stress handling. People are realizing that that's important. Okay, now farmers can use satellite photos to look at crops. You didn't have that. There's a lot of, all this technology. I would have never have dreamed when I was in college in the 60s that I could take this thing out of my pocket and I could read scientific literature on it. I could go to the scientific library on this thing I could carry in my pocket. That was beyond my wildest dreams when I was in college. That would have been in the late 60s.
Yeah, I think the mobile phone is just it's blown all our minds really when we look back, and I think we just take it for granted though, the changes in technology. We just assume that things are going to get better, but maybe more recently technology, we're beginning to understand that technology can be damaging as well.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we have to get back to doing a lot more real activities and restrict the amount of time we spend on electronic devices. We don't get rid of them, but 8 hours a day on a phone is not okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and we need to have times where we're going to do things and we're going to put the phones away. And
you mentioned earlier on there that you felt that there'd been positive changes in livestock handling. You think you mentioned that people are improving at that. And could you maybe talk about that a bit more? That's a really interesting observation.
Well, what's changed? There was an interesting talk given at one of our industry meetings, and the speaker said, culture is what people do when nobody's looking. So if the culture has really changed to be not rough with cattle, when nobody's looking, they will not be rough with cattle. And what I've noticed is we just had a big PACO training, 2 of our largest plants, and the handling of the animals was excellent. There was no yelling and screaming, no whistling, no banging things on the side of the fences. And the culture has changed, and they really did have good handling. But what I've observed is went to a new plant that just opened up. They were gentle and they had the right culture attitude, but they didn't know how to move cattle. They would stand in front of the animal when it's in a single file race, poke its butt with a flag. That gives your animal confusing signals, telling it to go forward and back at the same time. So I have to show them, you got to get behind the point of balance at the shoulder, then you pat it on the butt with the flag. You can also quickly walk back by them. And then another thing they need to learn, and this is harder to learn, is a thing called timing bunches. And I hope you do this in your plant. If the single file chute is full, or single file race full, and I bring cattle up and hold them, they're going to turn around on me. What I want to do is wait until the single file chute has space in it. So when I bring those cattle up, they just walk right in. But you have to time your bunches to do that. And hopefully you're doing that. And in talking to some of the attendees at the PACO trainings, Professional Animal Auditor Certification Organization, one lady that worked with animal handling was very frustrated she couldn't get them to do certain things. That plant manager's culture had not changed. It gets back to the plant manager. And there's some plant managers that need to be gotten rid of. There's also some employees you have to get rid of. But the top sets the tone for the place. And if the plant manager wants to have quiet, good handling, then you're going to have it. Plant managers got to get, totally behind it. But overall, our big companies have really gotten into it. Some of their handling has gotten so good, I just almost can't believe it. But you have to have the right management in place, because I've seen things deteriorate with a change in management, and I've seen them get better with a change in management.
What's interesting is that the changes you're talking about there are not expensive. It's all about it's about the people more than expensive, expensive yards or anything like that. It's about the people and the way they behave. Do you think the stressed? I mean, if people are stressed, the animals can sense that.
Well, yeah, people get stressed. Animals definitely sense it. Absolutely, definitely. Yeah, they definitely do sense that. And if you're yelling and screaming and they sense your excitement, maybe you're angry at them, they sense that. And if you get cattle all excited, it takes 20 minutes to calm down. You see, you whistle, every ear in the yard goes up. Well, that's not good. First thing is getting people's mouths shut. And both the cattle plant and the pork plant we went to, I didn't hear any yelling and anything coming out of the back. It was really good. This is where, I'd say a big part of the industry really has made some good changes. But then some of the attendees at the training, some smaller facilities, their boss hasn't gotten behind it yet.
Yeah, and you're right, probably the bigger plants, you know, if they set the scene and set the tone, I think it's, you know, others follow. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, the other
Lauren?
problem is that a lot of these little small plants are really isolated, so they don't even know what a big plant's doing. You know, you know, and then fortunately, people are coming to these trainings. We just had one. They had about 18 students there, and a lot of them were quality assurance people out of plants. And one lady was really frustrated because the manager just wants to jam all the cattle up in the facility, and then they all turn around on you. And, well, management's got to get behind it. Otherwise, you're just spinning your wheels off. And I've been saying that for years and years and years. The top sets the tone. Same thing on food safety. Management has to totally get behind it.
Yeah, it's probably the same thing in every organization.
I'd agree. It's about the people. Yeah, and it's about the top and the culture and it feeding down.
The top sets the culture, because I can remember even back in the 70s where most places had awful handling. We had a company named IBP. They no longer exist now. And handling for the most part in the 70s at meat plants was dreadful. IBP actually had fairly decent handling because the CEO owned cattle and he wanted them treated right.
Oh, that was great. Yeah.
That's the tone.
Yeah, it does.
We delighted we've two younger people here. Well, we've more than two younger people, but we've got two members of the the Keepack Young Farmers Forum group. So we have Aoife was there from last year, and Laura, who's there this year. Aoife's doing a bit of research at the moment in sheep, around sheep. But maybe if you would share with Temple what kind of topics are coming up on the Young Farmers Forum group. Do you want to go first, Aoife?
Yes, yeah, let's discuss that.
Yeah, so I suppose I joined the Young Sheep Farmer Forum last year. I come from a sheep farming background myself. And I suppose the group of us, it was a mix of college students, people that are farming at home full time and then working within the agricultural industry. And we got a kind of an overview of farming. So from the farm itself, all the way up into industry and where our land finishes up. So we got loads of farm visits out to see the different systems that we have in Ireland, so lowland and hill. And then we also got a tour of the plant in Keepack. So you kind of got to see where our lamb ends up. And from there out to the markets in France to see where the lamb carcass ends up. We got great opportunities to meet different people in the industry, in research, to do with wool, to do with processing meat and their likes. And at the end then, the group of us came together with a list of recommendations for young farmers, what we think that as young farmers we need in our industry to make it a viable future for us. And then in the back end of last year, we kind of got the opportunity to present to, would say, the government, I suppose, really on the recommendations that we see that young farmers need going forward and what they can do for us.
Okay.
And I suppose that's ongoing into this year then again.
Sheep, I'm sorry.
Have you worked much with sheep?
I've worked a little bit with sheep, but the same principles of attitude are important. The sheep handle a little different. They flow a lot more easily than cattle and pigs do. Cattle and pigs you need to handle in small separate bunches. Sheep you can handle in one continuous flow if you just don't break the flow. They'll just flow. Okay. But attitude matters for any animal. And the first thing that people have to do is to calm down. People working with animals need to calm down themselves because the animals sense it. It was so nice to go out to these plants and I heard no whistling, no yelling, no banging of driving aids on the fence. Everything was really calm. Okay. And they did not jam everything full. They were timing the bunches, bringing the animals up.
Okay. So Laura, and Laura is an agricultural science teacher and also a member of the Keepack Young Farmers Forum and sheep farming as well.
Sheep farming as well, but it's actually funny that they were talking about farmers calming down and, less shouting. I did some placement in New Zealand where I was on a dairy farm for the first time. I was very only used to sheep, I suppose, before that. But when I got there, they were having a problem with their somatic cell count. And they had Fonterra out and they were doing all these tests on the cows to make sure the cytus was down and changed all the liners, did all these things, and they could not figure out why the somatic cell count was so high. So eventually they sent someone out to kind of just watch it was a couple milking, and the couple were shouting at each other so much during the milking that it was raising the cell count of their the stress level of the cows was through the roof, and it was causing the cell count to go so high. And I just thought it was really interesting there when you were talking about, you know, farmers calming down. And I suppose I see my dad at home who can go from 0 to 100 sometimes, but as a general rule, everyone gets on so much better and the sheep flow so much better when there is no shouting. And so no, I enjoyed your point there.
I mean, there's a lot of research, and I've reviewed it in some of my books, that stockmanship matters, and that calm animals are more productive animals. So if you're doing artificial insemination, you get better conception rates, better weight gain, less disease. Yeah, good handling matters. This book actually is aimed at small farms, because a lot of my stuff just was aimed at big farms. This is Temple Grandin's Guide to Working with Farm Animals, Practices for the Small Farm. Yeah, this has got things that will work on the small farms.
Yeah.
Facilities wouldn't be.
So what is,
that's why I did this book.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting for our context in Ireland, because we have so many small farms. And what's the big difference in the approach, do you think, compared to the big farms?
Well, you can use much simpler facilities. I mean, my other books are on my website, grandin.com. I also have basic information on that. I've got facilities for really big operations. I've got real simple facilities in this. I've got diagrams for just very, very simple handling facilities. I can show you one design that's been popular. You know, there was a need for things for smaller farms. Like this is a real simple facility right here. It takes advantage of the cattle's natural, and this will work for sheep too, natural tendency to go back to where they came from and come around the round crowd pen, go back to where they came from. And then the person stands at the pivot point of the gate, moves the animals. And the other good thing about that design, it will fit in a barn that's held up with poles. You can put that in around the poles in a pole barn.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe just to talk about the facilities, you know, we've been talking about the people so far, but, you know, is that a kind of a simple change that farmers can make, you know, on their farms, you know, because small farms wouldn't have big budget, but,
and that's a very simple layout that they can easily make. Another thing you've got to have is non-slip flooring. That is just essential. And unfortunately, just in the last year and a half, I went to 3 brand new facilities for cattle. 2 of them were at colleges with floors that were way too slick, that are just not going to provide non-slip flooring.
Okay.
Now, there's mats that you can buy. Now, the only thing bad about them is they're expensive. But when you make the facility, you need to put some grooves in the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of brushing a surface with a broom, that's not going to be an adequate non-slip floor.
Okay, yeah. So they're all fairly, they're things that maybe people don't think about and that really should be reading what I think is interesting and why your work really appeals to people in Ireland is because very often people think about that people who are concerned about the welfare of animals are anti-farming. You know, that you can look for productivity and, you know, having your farm be productive at the same time as looking out for the welfare of the animals. And I think the fact that you have put all that thought and innovation into both physical facilities and people's behavior, and what that does is it improves the life for the small farmer. And I think that's interesting.
Other thing I'm getting very concerned about is some of the cattle that we're breeding. We have got some problems now with congestive heart failure and very, very bad feet in cattle because they're just breeding for rapid weight gain. And the animals have awful feet. And we need to be breeding animals. I'm going to show you a picture right here. This animal's on a tilt table. That right there is can you see it clearly?
Yeah.
The 4-month-old red Angus heifer with a crossed toe. That is disgusting. This is really bad. Now, I also have a new edition of Improving Animal Welfare Practical Approach that Cabby should be publishing within the next month. It's called Improving Animal Welfare, a Practical Approach. That's my textbook on animal welfare. And it just emphasizes very, very practical stuff that people can do, like you measure lameness. Because research has shown that if a dairy producer, for example, doesn't measure lameness, they will underestimate by half how many lame cattle they've got because they just don't see them. You need to be measuring lameness.
Okay.
You check your body, making sure you don't have hock swellings. But in beef right now, we're getting some bad problems in certain lines of Angus cattle with congestive heart failure. Now, that used to only be a problem up in the high mountains in the U.S., but that's no longer the case. And it has got a strong genetic basis. And these feet problems. There's a hoof scoring chart that you can get from the Angus Association. If you go online and just type in Angus hoof scoring chart, it comes right up and it's free. People need to start using it. But that red Angus heifer with the crooked foot, she was just bred so that they'd have a heavy calf to sell in the fall at the local sale. So this is real recent stuff, and we're improving on handling, but then we're producing some cattle that are a crippled heart patient. People aren't very happy with me when I call them a crippled heart patient, but that's what some of these cattle are. And they're growing them real big because we've got a beef cattle shortage right now. And there's a point where they're getting to have a lot of problems. And they also don't fit in some of the facilities anymore. And then the problem is if you design the facility for those huge fat ones, then the regular cattle turn around in it.
And would you say one of the questions I was going to ask you was about what you think the biggest welfare issue in cattle farming today? So that kind of overbreeding for large, fast growth. Would you say that's the biggest issue?
I can say in the U.S. right now, and it seems to be regional. I'm not going to say it's everywhere. We have certain places where this is a problem. And one of our feed yards that was breeding what they call beef on dairy, where you breed Angus semen to Holstein dairy cows. They traced it back to a single Angus sire and they got rid of it on problems with late stage deads. And then if you have an animal they're feeding and it just drops dead, you need to score the heart. And you can go online and I can show you a heart scoring chart. And these are free. You can get them online and you could look at the heart and see if it's swollen. I'll show you this right here on the top right there. I've got normal heart. And my student Emma Hamilton's worked on this. And then these are different levels of bloated congestive heart failure. And you can go online, type in cattle congestive heart failure. You can find these scorecards and they're free. So if you have a big fat animal, you just find it dead one day, fairly close to time to market it, I'd cut it open and score the heart. I want to make sure you don't have this problem. I hope we haven't exported it yet. But this is a problem that 10 years ago we did not have. The other concern I've got is since your pastures get muddy, is some of these barns that are keeping cattle in the wintertime and getting absolutely filthy dirty and things that could be done to improve that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how do you keep up with all of that? I mean, you're right up to date with what's going on in the industry, you know, in the sector. And I'm interested in that. I mean, that takes a lot of effort and work and touching, you know, keeping up with the research. How do you do that? Or how do you manage it?
That's my breakfast reading. I read a lot of things. I get the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, I get science and nature, so I'm keeping up with a lot of genetic stuff. I'll read Aviation Week. These things, I find these things interesting. I get a thing called Western Livestock Journal, a magazine about feedlots. And these are things that I just read for breakfast reading. Also, I'm out in the industry and talking to people. And then my student has been studying problems with the congestive heart, with the bad hearts. And there are some groups of cattle that are just awful. And they have got both bad feet and bad hearts. So we've actually been studying this.
So we're starting a new degree in Atlantic Technological University in veterinary medicine, and we'll be building a facility starting later this year or next year, hopefully. And again, looking back at the kinds of structures that our ancestors would have used, you know, the notion of the animals circling the enclosures and circling the living dwelling. But so we're excited about veterinary practice and, you know, treatment of animals. That's important to us. So I don't know if you've got any.
One of the things I'm worried about, and this goes back to my book, Visual Thinking, is we've got so many abstract mathematics requirements for a veterinarian that some of your very best veterinarians, you may be screening them out. Your people that would have the best clinical skills because they see how something is wrong with an animal. See, the mathematician wants to calculate it. I'm seeing a lot of science going towards mathematics, kind of mathematical ways of reviewing journal article literature. I review quite a lot of journal articles, and they'll do all this fancy statistics, but they didn't tell me what they fed their chickens, and this was a meat quality experiment. They'll leave things that basic out of the method section. No, I need to know what grains they fed the chickens. You can't say you fed them commercial chicken feed, because in your country, I don't know what commercial chicken feed is in your country. I know what it is here, corn and soy, but we need to say it.
I think Donald has a question.
It's not so much a question, but I've reached an age that now I am going to die happy because I've heard you say, and I've read some of your stuff about calculus and algebra. And I failed mathematics at college level and had great difficulty getting through, not getting through once I got into it, too bad. But it's so wonderful to hear what you were saying. And Aleen Cust in her day, a pioneer for the veterinary profession, the first woman, but she didn't leave anything like what you put out there in your time. I measure her voice was very poorly. Of course, we didn't have phones and things, but I am almost emotional to be here, whether that means anything to you or not.
Well, it does. Yeah. And I'd have no problem with the veterinary school. The problem is the prerequisites, the classes I'd have to take to get into veterinary school. And I worked with brilliant people on machinery design that barely graduated from high school. They grew up working on cars. They'd taken a welding class in high school and built things in high school. And they were brilliant. Now there's one of them, they're just building entire beef plants right now. And he can't do any higher math. Now, a lot of the stuff he's building, they use pre-engineered concrete walls. And then once you have the first set of drawings pre-engineered, then the rest of them, you just use the same drawing again. But I'm very concerned that we are screening out our visual thinkers. And we're going to have bad consequences.
Kendall, I think you'll be really glad to hear that I've been at a conference where the head of veterinary medicine, incoming head at ATU, has stated the aim to have the most practical and the most resilient vets who will last out their career in practice. So that's definitely exciting for us.
Yeah, for us, the philosophy is about, you know, people who understand what they're going to be getting into, you know, and a lot of it is about handling animals. They're going to be spending a semester here on the farm in Mount Bellew, you know, listening watching your videos, learning about the handling of the animals, and but one thing that I'd like to ask you about, Temple, is the preparing our future veterinary surgeons and indeed our farmers for climate change and changing circumstances. And how do you deal with things like the growth in forest fires? You see a lot of that in the US.
This is one of the reasons why I wrote a paper on grazing. I have a paper that I wrote about 3 years ago on grazing. Grazing cattle, sheep, and goats is an important part of a sustainable agricultural future. And, doing grazing programs help reduce fire. You can't let these woody shrubs just take over. It's going to be fire-getting if you do that. Right now I'm very concerned about the where we're using center pivots and we're draining the aquifer. On April 15th, I flew over Kansas and eastern Colorado. Perfect day. I could see the ground. I was just appalled at the number of sprinkler systems that were turned off, the circular sprinkler systems. They just don't have the water. No, we've got big problems we've had to fix. And then in our eastern United States, we're drowning in water. And maybe we need to go to an oil company and build a pipeline to bring water from the east to the west to fill up our reservoirs. We had the worst ski season this year we've ever had. I'm very short on moisture. We're very concerned about it. And I visited a ranch where a regular oil pump jack was pumping water, and I had to go up and look at it as it went up and down. And that made me think, you're pumping water. We could build a water pipeline. Maybe we're going to have to do something like that. And when it gets back to the mathematics, I think what I would suggest doing is maybe substitute geometry or a lot of practical math. Mm-hmm. Like how much fertilizer do you need, in a certain size piece of land, stuff like that. Totally practical math, which a lot of students today don't know how to do. Just the practical math. I mean, how do you handle your business, the accounting for your business? How do you know what your costs are for running your clinic? Yeah. That kind of math, that's not being taught. They ought to learn that in high school. Don't go broke.
Yeah, and I think I know that will be dear to my heart, I guess. But I think a lot of kids get afraid of mathematics when they're in school. Maybe they have a bad teacher. Maybe they're missing a week.
I think part of the problem I have with algebra, since I'm a visual thinker, it's too abstract for me to remember. Yeah. Now I can remember specific formulas, like pi times the radius squared. You'd use that sizing pneumatic and hydraulic cylinders, and then I see those pieces of equipment. That I can remember. The problem with the algebra it is totally in the abstract, and I can't remember it. That's part of the problem. I have to have a picture file.
Can I just come in there for 1 second? As a secondary school teacher, I think we're focusing a lot on, at the moment, differentiation. And when it comes to the end of a chapter, whatever that chapter has been, there could be 20 questions. And we kind of focus on letting each student choose 5 of the questions themselves. You don't tell everyone to do the same one. And that accommodates kind of each different learner type. Some of them are able to pick the easier ones, like what is X, and the next person could answer the one where it says describe something that means something to you, and it's working quite well. And they're kind of trying to bring it into exams as well, so you don't have to answer the one question. So it's working. Yeah, I just thought that.
Hasn't the maths here gone a bit descriptive?
Project maths, yeah, it's quite descriptive, and there's a lot of.
And I'm a bit worried about that.
The problem is we're getting so academic in veterinary medicine that we've had some students graduate that did not know how to spay a dog.
Oh God! Yeah, well, that won't be us.
Not okay.
That won't be us. I can tell you. Yeah,
I actually graduated. I graduated out of Eastern Europe, and it was superbly practical. Okay, and I suppose maybe what they lost in technology, we gained in hands-on practicality. So, all of our surgery was performed on cadavers. We were taking bone marrow from cows within 6 weeks of entry.
Oh, wow.
And I think it made us certainly have a go attitude to apply your knowledge without being afraid to take a chance.
Yeah.
when we hit
The other
practice.
problem
So,
we're getting into is some people think you can do everything with virtual reality.
mhm. Yeah.
I get an anatomy class, and we've got controversies right now about, surgery done on animals that are sacrificed. But the thing about the dog spaying is you got plenty of dogs at the animal shelter that have to get spayed and neutered.
And you practice.
Those animals, you can practice on those. But there's a tendency now, I've noticed in science, to push everything towards the mathematical side. Our education system values mathematics and verbal. It does not value the visual thinker. I don't think they understand it. And we need to have both. I'm kind of worried about, one of the reasons why I like to review a lot of journal articles is so they can get after the methods section on the stuff they leave out of the methods. I read a paper recently on how to conduct different laboratory tests. Now, I have to be vague about this because these papers, that one I read recently, so I got to keep it confidential, but how different, if you do collect samples in different ways, it can change the results of the test. So it's very important to explain exactly how you prepared your samples for a test, or you can change the results a whole lot. And I said, you need to put in a chart showing how to do it, and they did.
That was great. Yeah. Hope for the future. Any thoughts for the future? Are you positive about the future? Because it's very easy to get to think.
I'm spending a lot of my time now talking to students. I'm old now. I've been around for a long time. I hate to say I'll be 79 this summer.
Yeah.
And when I get chances to talk to our Future Farmers for America students, talk to students, I want to jump at that. And I want to encourage students. The other thing that's a problem today with little kids is we're not encouraging enough problem solving and learning from mistakes. They want to.
If you suspect you have a visual learner at home, either or in your class or one of your children, are there things you can do to help support them?
Well, I'd want to, right now with all the artificial intelligence, go into a trade. You will have a job for life. Right now, the tech companies are not hiring entry-level programmers. Facebook or Meta just laid off a whole bunch of people. Oracle, cloud computing company, laid off about 3,000 people. This is all very recent. So the visual thinkers, I'd go towards farming, agriculture, trades. You'll have jobs for life. The mathematicians are going to get laid off.
Yeah.
AI is going to shine in math. One of the AI systems solved a very complicated mathematical problem in physics. I read about that in one of my science magazines. I don't understand the mathematics, but it solved this very complicated problem. And then it wrote, kind of snottily, it was pretty obvious.
Yeah.
But visual thinkers, trades are not going to go away.
Yeah.
People that can just fix it. In your factory at KeyPack, you need really good people for fixing things. Your visual thinkers who are not mathematicians are going to be your best people at KeyPack on repairing your equipment or inventing some little piece of equipment that you need. I used to go down in the shop when I worked in construction and said, can you whip me up a little hydraulic thingy? And they would do it. Those people are no longer there in the shop. They sold most of the tools.
Yeah. Okay. I'd say we've kept you now for an hour, Temple, and thank you so much for giving us your time. Are there any other? I mean, we've learned a lot here in this last hour.
I want to encourage young people, but right now one of my biggest concerns. Okay, my biggest concern right now in cattle is some of the cattle we're breeding that are just terrible. Is screening out our educational system, at least, is screening out the extreme visual thinker. This is the person that's going to be super good with fixing mechanical things, inventing mechanical things, which KeyPack has lots of that in your plant.
Lots of that, yes.
Lots of mechanical things. Because right now, in the US, if I want to buy a large stationary concrete mixer, not the trucks that drive around, to make concrete pre-stressed beams for building bridges. Half of those mixers are coming out of Italy and Germany. And the reason for that is in 9th grade, a student can decide to either go to college and university or go to tech. But we are right now importing from Europe large mechanical things like giant concrete mixers from Europe. I went to the precast concrete show. How did I manage to get to that? So I talk about people thinking, I was going around the trade show looking at all the labels on the machines to find out where they came from. I was not pleased.
Yeah.
We should be making those things ourselves. And it goes back to the educational system. There's a piece of equipment called the Apollo chicken harvester. You can look it up online, the Apollo chicken harvester. It works like a grain combine and it picks up live chickens, live broiler chickens. It actually does a very good job. It's from Italy.
Wow.
It's just a marvel of mechanical genius. And I do consulting for Costco. They use it for the Costco rotisserie birds. It works great. Then during COVID, they had to, actually, they got some people there that can use 3D printing, and they had to make some bearings for it on a 3D printing during COVID. But it's a marvel of mechanical ingenuity. Look it up online. Apollo chicken harvester from Italy.
We'll check that out.
Yeah, but but you see, that comes out of the mind of the visual thinker.
Yeah.
Now, your mathematical engineer, I'm going to need you for refrigeration. There's a lot of stuff in that that's very mathematical, and my kind of mind doesn't touch refrigeration equipment. We don't understand it.
Yeah, but it takes everybody.
Both kinds of minds, okay, like to make one of our plants. Doesn't matter what country it's in. You need both kinds of minds to create a beef plant.
Do you want anything last comments, Lorna?
Oh, well, I suppose, Temple, from me personally, thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on today. And I'm hoping maybe you and I will be planning maybe a trip next year. You might come over. We mentioned it and we said we'll talk about it in a couple of months. But I suppose just thank you for your time. I know you're very busy.
Well, I really like talking about farming, and
yes,
and right now I'm concerned, at least in our educational system, screening out the visual thinkers. And right now they're loading more heavy duty mathematical sort of stuff on prerequisites for a lot of different careers. And I don't even know in some schools in the US if I could graduate from high school today.
Is that right across the US? Is that all across the US, Temple?
Yeah, pretty much so. Pretty much so. And I'm also seeing in the scientific literature the tendency now to go completely crazy on complicated statistics when you could just do a simple t-test and you don't tell me what you fed your chickens. You don't tell me how you housed them. You don't tell me what genetic line you used. These are all things that are going to affect your experiment. And so I go over these papers and I go all over the method section. Somebody needs to be doing this, because if you don't tell exactly how you did an experiment, you're not going to be able to replicate that experiment. And I don't care how much fancy statistics you do.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's relating to your research with impact, because a lot of in theory, it's a good paper, but what practical impact is there going to be any finding from that research that has any practical value or use at all?
Well, you need to know, if you're doing meat quality research, any animal, I have to know exactly what you fed it. I don't have to have the whole ration and every little thing, but I need to know what major grains, what were the major ingredients in that ration. I need to know. You've got to tell me. And I reviewed papers from a lot of different countries. They feed things that we don't have here. There's things you feed in Europe that we don't feed very much of. You've got to tell me if you do meat quality, what you fed your animal. That's essential, and that kind of stuff gets left out. You've got to tell me what kind of housing it was in. and you do lab tests, you've got to tell me exactly how you did them. And one thing that's very important is sample preparation, even though you use the same lab kit. And I have to be vague because I just reviewed this paper, so I've got to be vague about what the test is for. But okay, you might buy the same test kit, but how you prepared your sample to use that test kit on also needs to be described in detail, because it can change the results that you get from the commercial test kit.
I have Aoife here on my left, who is doing her PhD in something to do with the sheep genome and
your longevity and survival. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually have a question for you. Obviously, like, there's growing concern in the world at the moment to feed our population, and I suppose in Ireland that kind of falls back onto the farmers, and we see the growth of more intensive farm systems, but particularly in the dairy. And my research that I'm working on at the moment is to do with longevity of the breeding animals, so say our ewes, our cows, and the likes. Where do you see the influence of animal welfare on the length of a producing animal's lifespan?
Well, I think I also did a paper on the 5 domains of animal welfare. It's called Practical Application 5 Domains System Animal Welfare for Food Animal Supply Chain Managers. We've got to have simple metrics for assessing welfare. Okay, like at a beef plant, for example, I'm going to assess slipping and falling during handling, electric prod use, vocalization, because if cattle are mooing in the stunning area and bellowing, you're doing something bad to them. And then, of course, stunning efficacy, and they better be insensible when you hang them up. Simple metrics. Out on the farm, looking at things like dirty animals, lame animals, real skinny animals. These are things that definitely would compromise animal welfare. And the thing that's getting asked now in animal welfare in about the last 5 years by a scientist named David Malore is, does the animal have a life worth living? We have got to prevent cruelty. We have got to prevent suffering. We've got to maintain their health. That's all essential. But that may not be everything. Does it have a life worth living? Does it ever have a good time? You watch a dairy cow using one of these mechanical brushes that's motorized. They love these things. As a scientist, I'm not supposed to say that cattle love a mechanical brush, but you watch these YouTube videos, it's pretty obvious. Okay, so that's something where the dairy cow's having a good time. And does the animal have a life worth living? And if animals are spending an entire winter standing in muck, that's probably not a life worth living. When they're out in your pastures in the summertime, yeah, they definitely would have a life worth living. In the summertime, we've got to work on this problem with cattle when they're kept confined in the wintertime, get so dirty. But you see, as I talk about these things, I see it. I see it. You see, nothing's abstract.
I think
when I
in
talk
Ireland,
about the concrete mixer, I'm seeing a picture of the mixer I took at the trade show, and now I'm seeing the freeway ramps. That I look at the freeway ramps now, and I go, were they mixed on a European mixer, or were they mixed on a mixer in the U.S.? I now think about that every time I see these big freeway ramp things that are precast concrete. That's what I think about.
Go ahead, Aoife, you have another.
it was just on what you said earlier about the growing concern around lameness. So in Ireland, a lot of we're kind of moving towards performance recording a lot of our breeding animals. So a lot of the work that I would do would be looking at performance recording records, and it's particularly in the sheep. Now we have so every time that you bring in your sheep to handle them and put them through a race, that you're recording their health traits, like their body condition score and their lameness and the likes of that. And through the use of that performance recording, we're able to link that back to the genetics and then find out where these problems, so say lameness or prolapse or bad vigor or bad growth traits and things, what ram that they're linking back to, or what bloodline that's linking back to.
That's right.
Yeah,
Well, that's
and
right.
we're being
And
able to so through the use of, like, we use Eurostar ratings. So say the ram that is responsible for breeding all of these replacements with a lameness issue is then being recorded as a 1-star animal, and that's helping farmers make decisions on breeding. So you're obviously not going to select a ram that has like poor stars for lameness if that's something that you have an issue with on your farm. So I suppose there's definitely positives in Ireland at the moment to do with animal breeding, that we're going in the right direction, hopefully anyways.
Well, hopefully, actually, this animal with the very bad crooked toes, she was just bred out on a little small farm, and they were just breeding the heaviest calf to sell at the auction in the fall. That was the trait they were breeding for. And you overselect for a trait like this rapid gain, you're going to get into trouble. And we've got foot issues now in beef cattle that, 15 years ago, we did not have. This is something relatively recent, and it's crept up slowly. I call this bad becoming normal. A problem creeps up slowly, and you don't realize you have a problem until it's gotten really bad. And that now, everybody knows now that in both congestive heart failure issues and bad feet, we've got a problem, and we just shouldn't be breeding them. And we're also growing some of these cattle way too large, which makes the problem worse because we've got a beef shortage right now. And that was due to drought. We've had very bad drought. There was a gigantic drought in Texas, 7 or 8 years ago. And people had to sell all their cows because there was nothing to feed them. And then right now, cattle are so expensive that people are selling their heifers instead of keeping them for cow replacements. I came up through the cattle raising area last month, driving through. There were no cattle on the ranches; they'd sold them all.
How do you convince the farmer that that kind of breeding is ultimately, in the long term, is a really bad thing to do? Because
the problem is, in the short term, one of the problems is when some of these heart patients, they'll lay down in the yards and refuse to get up and have problems like that. Well, there's somebody else's problem then. The other problem we got right now is that the plants are so starving for cattle due to the cattle shortage that they take cattle they really don't want. The production people hate them. But we've had a plant closed. This is public, the Tyson plant in Nebraska closed, one of our big fed beef plants, and then one in Texas went down to half a shift to one shift, from 2 shifts to 1 shift, and it's public information, simply because there's a cattle shortage. And that's why that plant closed. We're starving for cattle right now. So unfortunately, there's an incentive there to do some stuff we probably shouldn't be doing. But on the other hand, they're starving for cattle.
Do you see any trend of people cutting back on their beef consumption?
Yeah, we've been getting really good demand for really good beef.
Okay.
We've been getting that.
Okay.
And all the stuff with growing meat and bioreactors, those companies are kind of going broke right now, because one of the problems with growing meat in bioreactors is I don't think it's going to scale.
No.
Something that works in a lab doesn't work in the real world. I think it's going to have disease issues. And also right now it's raised on blood. That's not going to make the vegans real happy. They don't want to admit that.
Yeah, I think I shouldn't have mentioned the V word.
It's all right.
Well, I can assure you, I am not a vegan. I have no intention of becoming one. But I'm very concerned right now with these heart issues and these foot issues that we've got. And if we're going to grow cattle really big, then they've got to really have good hearts and good feet.
Funny, Temple, I have the opposite of very big cows. I have small, miniature, native Irish Dexter cows at home.
Okay.
So they're about hip high.
Well, the other problem you've got, let's say we're breeding for a gigantic steer. The other problem we have is that gigantic steer has a gigantic sister that we cannot feed on these sparse, dry western rangeland.
Yeah.
You're going to go broke on feeding her. You know, what we need out on the ranches is a moderate-sized cow,
Yeah.
not a huge monster.
Well, the
So
smaller
animal
ones.
meat the meat plant wants is not the animal that the rancher is going to want. Also, another concern that's probably a concern in Ireland is a lot of our farmers and ranchers are nearing retirement age.
Absolutely.
And we need good young people to replace them. Now, where I'm seeing young people getting really interested in agriculture is homesteading. Got a lot of people right now that are interested in having 20 acres of land and sort of living off of it. In the last 5 years, I've gone to a lot of what's called homestead festivals to do talks. And that's getting popular. But we need to have people taking care of the land. If we don't have good ranchers out on the land, the woody shrubs, junipers and other woody shrubs are going to take over, and you're going to have a fire hazard that will just be terrible.
That was kind of my question. You spend a lot of time talking to different kind of organizations, to industry, you teach, you are on farm. What's your favorite type of day? What's the one that gets you the most excited?
Oh, going out on some place and watch handle animals are really good. I really enjoy doing that. I don't get out doing those things much as I used to. Right now, I'm, doing a lot of meetings where I just go in convention centers and hotels and do meetings, not getting out as much as I would like.
That's a well-being.
I still get out. I'm still an instructor for animal welfare auditor class. I just finished doing that. We went to 2 really big plants, a beef and a pork. They had super good handling. I was very happy. They've taken it really seriously.
Do the vets talk a lot about calving issues with those big animals? Cows calving?
Yeah, that hasn't been so much of an issue. It's what she eats has been the issue.
Okay.
Big animals eat more.
Yeah.
And then in the wintertime, and we have certain parts of the northern US, we've got really big, bad winters. You have to feed them. And then even in the south, like you look at the arid land, you still have to feed those cows some supplements and stuff in the wintertime. And big cows eat more. Now, so in order for the pasture, see, Ireland has a tremendous amount of rain. Our eastern United States is getting saturated rain. And our western United States is drying up. That's what's happening right now. And what I'm seeing out the airplane window, I'm not happy.
Yeah.
And 35,000 feet, you can see all the sprinklers, you can see all the center pivots turned on, they're not turned on. And I had the map function thing up, so I knew exactly what the plane was. And what I saw on April 15th, and I've shown these pictures to a lot of people, they're not happy about it. So we're going to have to pump water in an oil pipeline and shut it down in the wintertime because I don't want to deal with the freezing. I use it for like 9 months out of the year, fill the reservoirs with it. Oil field companies could build that for me.
Yes.
So Temple, thank you so much. Have you a busy day ahead?
Well, it's a holiday weekend. Okay. So I've basically got a holiday weekend, and now I've got to work on just finishing up the last final proofs on the improving animal welfare practical approach. You can get it on Amazon. It's got 3 really cute cattle eating at a feed bunk on it. They are our experiment station pets.
Great. Temple, we're going to say our goodbyes. Thank you again.
Well, it was very good talking to you, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Temple.
Thank you.
Okay,
bye.
Great to talk to you. Okay, goodbye.
Down from 2 hours. All on account of Lorna. Lorna kept trying her. And it would never have happened if Lorna hadn't developed such a good relationship with Professor Brandon. No, I've said everything I want to say. That's enough. On behalf of Aleen Cust, even though Lorna got a medal in 20 whatever, she sent it she sent it off to your woman in the States because your woman didn't get a medal. So there's your medal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Harry Bourne, Laura Farnback, and Christy, because some of the things that didn't happen in the morning because of the rush. I can't give Barry Bourne a medal because she has one. So stand up there and we can give her some flowers. We'll give you a medal. And we'll give you some flowers. And we'll give you some flowers. And Christy deserves a medal. You can't have flowers. Because we're running a few minutes late, even though we gathered in the morning, we need to run here again at 2 o'clock sharp. So grab whatever you're going to get, be grateful for it. Be back here by 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Drag him in. Drag him in. You were right. I think was saying that the embassy have for it is constant. There's a big concern and mentioned to monitor something like that. Would there be an opportunity to ask questions from the sales? There isn't. And the opening of if there is control, there isn't a crowd, everybody's going to be here, any questions about it. There was one which early on, Ian Kelly, me and Brian and Dave, not to you would leave your phone on, but he's not here. Who else is we're going to damage the George on this. Sorry, no, listen. Anyway, but it's not something. The mountains. So if there's something up there more, you should see I hear you going out. What do you think? Yeah, the roll. You need a mic over there.
questions or anything.
Two doctors should be ready to go. Two doctors should be ready to go. And that's two doctors.
Is it working? Well, it's not turned up yet. I'll turn it on. I'll turn it up.
That's the soapbox. I'm trying to
Hello. Oh yeah, I think so. I think so. Will we start? We start. Will I
talk.
Okay. Hello. Hello. This is this reminds me of starting my lectures to try and call order. So Donal has very kindly given me 2 minutes. Maeve O'Reilly is my name. I'm a lecturer and veterinary surgeon. I work in TUS.
1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute. I work in TUS, Technological University of the Shannon, which used to be Athlone IT and LIT, and we merged the last few years. We have our veterinary nursing program there. And the reason I have my 1 minute of soapbox is that we have some beautiful new facilities in the college for teaching veterinary nursing skills. So we have a new veterinary nursing laboratory, and we're going to name it after Aleen Cust. So the naming ceremony will be next semester. So we're going to, when we have a date confirmed, we'll be inviting Donal and the committee to come along and celebrate the new laboratory. So we're delighted with that. And that's all I wanted to announce today. So thanks very much, Donal, for the time.
48 seconds. CPD sheets, they tend not to get taught about until you're home. So anyone who hasn't signed it, it'll be here and it's coming home with me. So last chance between now and 5 o'clock. Okay, something unusual. And it's even more unusual because I can't remember who I had in mind. And what really focused my attention was the height of the box that was required, because we were to build a soapbox at the same height and level as what you'd get at Hyde Park Corner. So in Hyde Park Corner, because there's a significant crowd, you have to get up on a high one. So it's going to be a bit awkward. I invite 5 random people, and I'm inviting Rose Hogan to give us her 5 minutes, or preferably 4.5.
Thank you, Donal. Okay. First challenge, stand on the box. Hear ye, hear ye. Buy local food and adopt agroecology. My name is Rose Hogan. I'm an ag scientist. I started ag science in UCD in 1976, 50 years ago. And the two major things that transformed me into an agroecologist from a conventional ag science, here's the weed, pour this chemical on it, here's the pest, pour this other, feed them this or whatever, were when I went to work for Concern in Tanzania in 1983. I was working in the Highlands, and we had a small nursery and horticulture outreach to about 50 villages, and small town, had very few shops and very few products in the shops because it was a very austere economy. But the products would come in big sacks, and people would divide them out into brown paper bags and put them on the shelves. So on the shelves, you could get your sugar, you could get your flour, and you could get your DDT, all in nice brown paper bags. And of course, education system very weak. People didn't, immediately know the difference, what they were all for. That was number one shock. We were, Europe and the States, we were dumping agri-vet chemicals that we didn't use anymore and that were banned into East Africa and probably lots of other places. The other big lesson, which made me passionate about the environment, was that here we were trying to do mixed species that would grow well on farm with annual crops in small farms and work for small farmers. And all around us in those southern highlands, the natural vegetation was being cleared to grow pines and eucalyptus. And who was funding it? The EU. And what was it for? It was for a mega pulp factory. Though pines and eucalyptus aren't compatible with growing food. So I thought there must be a better way, there must be an ecosystem way, there must be a more equitable way for people where people can be healthy. Add to that my passion for the rights of the woman farmer who is the least nourished and most poor person still in the world. And you get a agroecologist born. So what's agroecology? Agroecology is good at living within your own environment, which has been going on for thousands of years. It started to be framed up as a science in 1928. And more recently, we got our 13 principles of agroecology, which loads of scientists, 80 scientists have worked it up together to squish it into 10 elements, which are really easy to understand. And now the FAO and scientists working with the FAO have a way to measure it. So what are you measuring? You're measuring all the complexity of what you're doing in your relationship with the land, the environment, the biodiversity, with this simple index, which is, how am I doing in minutes? Okay, I'll keep going. So the 10 elements, 1.5, the 10 elements, and I hope you'll all remember these by the end of the day. Circular and solidarity economy, culture and food traditions. What's the third one? There's another C, it'll come. Co-creation and sharing of knowledge, which we're all still trying to learn to do in our extension system in Ireland. Diversity, efficiency, human and social values. Resilience, recycling, responsible governance of natural resources and of our whole food system, and synergies between them all. Why do I like agroecology? Because it works. We have papers from all over the world, some of which I've been involved with myself, that prove it works economically, especially economically. And there was even Ireland, the beef and milk sectors were included in such a paper a couple of years ago, and also shows that the balance sheet is better they were looking at organic farms, whatever. Half a minute, super. So I was shocked. I'd like you guys to be shocked. You'll get shocked if you really look at what's happening with the food system in Ireland now. And whose food you're buying. Temple Grandin was worried about buying Italian equipment. We don't seem to be worried about running out of fruit and vegetables in 4 days if the ships stop coming from Spain.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Have we Dermot Battle in the room? We have. And the fact that I'll never be a politician, I meet this man every year. I've searched the room for him twice. Can't find him. Dermot, you're welcome. Up in the box.
Do you mind if I don't do the box? I have a bad shoulder. So.
Well, I'll stand one side of you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
There's no danger after that. I'll be over here.
I'm in trouble with it at the moment.
No.
I can't believe I'm up here. I was listening to Catherine Connolly this morning talking Irish, and as you can see, my accent's not Irish. So, but anyway. Parents are Irish, and I've spent a lot of time in Ireland, and most of my working life now has been in Ireland, working with Premier Embryos in Bandon, River Veterinary Clinic in Bandon, Bandon Co-op, and a few other places. And this work experience, life experience, has brought me to think up some ideas on working with these guys that could give me some ideas in embryo technology and how we could use it to resolve issues and problems that are in our industry. And I think it can resolve, you could look at environmental issues, social issues, work issues, females in veterinary education. If Aleen Cust was here, she'd maybe be interested in my ideas. So, and they're very female orientated, should we say, and can be used for, I think, a lot of issues in livestock production and things like issues like that. So I don't know where I'm going to go with my plan. I need a laboratory in somewhere in Ireland, and I don't know how to categorize my issues because they reflect on veterinary issues, they reflect on livestock breeding issues, they reflect on social issues, they reflect on environmental issues, they reflect on pretty much everything that's to do with Ireland. So if anybody has any ideas, I'll be welcome to listen to them, or if they're interested in any of my ideas, I'll be willing to discuss them with them. So I think we can use, if it's done right, we can use it to promote what we have. Instead of we're going down an overproduction road, I don't think Ireland's going to get any bigger. So I think to make use of what we have is where the ideas are coming from. So I've never spoke like this before. Am I making any sense? so I hope I don't fall off this as well. I didn't know that Donald was going to call me up, as he says. He spoke to me every time this conference has been on, and I've enjoyed listening to everybody. And the people that have spoke this morning, I think, reflect where I'm trying to go with my ideas, should we put it that way. So I don't know what the next move is, or whether it should be included in veterinary education. Maybe it should be. It's not a veterinary idea, but I think to make it a veterinary idea would be a good idea. So it involves feeding people. I think there's just so much genetics that we've put so much interest in effort into producing that then we're not using them to the full extent is I suppose the way I'm looking at my ideas. So I don't know what to say. Can I do 3.5 minutes? I'm running out of. I don't know what to say. If somebody wants to discuss it with me, they can discuss it with me.
What, Dermot, don't go, because this is a certificate from the Aleen Cust Society about resilience, right? Handwritten. There's only 2 of them in the country. You have to get the second one.
It'll come in useful in years to come.
I should have given you one. Can we have Aoife Mahoney, please?
I had my notes, but Donald wouldn't let me bring them, so I'll try to remember everything I can. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aoife Mahoney. I'm a first-year PhD Walsh Scholar with Teagasc, and I'm researching Yo longevity. But most importantly, I'm a farmer. Farming is one of the most important things to me. I willingly get up every day before work to milk cows for somebody else. They're not even my own. And I suppose farming, it's more than my work. It's more than my research. It's the most important thing to me in my life, and I'm very determined to fight for that future. And I suppose that's why I'm standing here today. Over the last year, I've been really lucky to sit as vice chair on the Young Sheep Farmer Forum. And we had the opportunity to travel around Ireland and Europe, visiting farms and factories and markets like Runge's. I suppose one thing became really clear to me, that the biggest issue facing Irish agriculture is not climate change or methane emissions or genetics, it's the people. Because without the people, none of those problems are really a problem at all. Today, over 35% of farmers are over 65 years of age. Less than 6% are under 35. So I think about that for a second. Flocks aren't disappearing because young farmers aren't there to take them over. They're disappearing because we simply can't afford to take them over. every day I'm meeting people that's asking me, why don't I just go home and farm? And I suppose it's never that simple. I'd love to if I could, but land transfer is emotionally difficult and it's financially challenging, and planning permission can determine whether I can live near my farm at home, and I can commit to support schemes, and after I've committed to them, they change. And after, I suppose, a few relatively good years in agriculture, still the financially sensible decision for me and many young farmers is to work off farm. And as I said, I am one of them young farmers and I have to work off farm. And many of us are struggling to work part-time or full-time and to struggle and work with our farm at home to try and make it work. But I suppose we don't lack commitment and we don't lack passion, but the passion alone won't pay the bills. And I've been very lucky over the last year, as I said, to be on the Young Farmer Forum. And I've been very lucky to meet all of these young farmers. And where we are all from different parts of the country and from different farms and from different systems, one thing was very clear, that we were all equally determined to make farming work. So after the last 12 months, I suppose, traveling around the country and looking at different areas of farming and of the production process, we analysed it from farm to fork, and we came up with a list of suggestions that young farmers need. We're not looking for handouts, we're looking for opportunities. And I suppose those list of recommendations weren't about making life easier for us young farmers. As I said, we're not looking for handouts. We're looking to maintain an industry that is part of our heritage and it's part of our country and it's part of the landscape that we live in. And as I said at the start, I work in research and I spend every day thinking about sustainability and improving farm performance. But my research and everyone else in Teagasc's research is irrelevant, and if we don't maintain the farmers that we have and look after our young farmers of the future. And I suppose I am optimistic about the future of farming. I'm optimistic about the next generation because I am the next generation. And I see the determination in all of their day-to-day lives, like myself, if it's getting up before work to milk cows or going checking your sheep after work every evening, they're just determined to make it work. And we have the determination, we have the innovation, and we have the skills. So I think my message here today is very simple. We shouldn't just allow our young farmers to have the passion to farm, but we should have the opportunity for them to do it as well. So thank you.
Did you want? Our next offering is, it's on video because it's coming from Bangladesh and it's courtesy of Vets Without Borders. And because we have divided the next session into 15-minute sessions, it was quite difficult to divide Mike Burke into 4, but it was easier to divide Rebecca into Mike Burke. But Salma Sultana is on screen somewhere from Bangladesh.
For field research and application, endowed by the Rockefeller Foundation, is Dr. Salma Sultana, founder and chairman of the Model Livestock Advancement Foundation. She's recognized for her innovative model for providing veterinary outreach, treatment, and education to thousands of small-scale farmers in Bangladesh. Dr. Sultana's passion for veterinary medicine led her to Chittagong Veterinary and Animal Sciences University in Bangladesh, where she received her Doctor of Veterinary Medicine in 2010 and a master's degree in pharmacology in 2014, one of the few women to do so. As Dr. Sultana began her professional career, she realized the significant gap between the availability of and demand for livestock treatment in the rural and para-urban areas of Bangladesh. She observed that farmers often do not have access to trained veterinary practitioners and affordable treatments. Farmers therefore frequently call on untrained village doctors or treat animals on their own. This leads to unsuccessful treatments, high mortality rates, and the improper use of drugs, such as antibiotics. To address the struggles faced by small-scale livestock producers across Bangladesh, Sultana founded the Model Livestock Institute in Dhaka in 2014. The first of its kind in the country, the Model Livestock Institute is a vocational livestock training center created to educate quality livestock service providers. Their efforts to date have produced more than 500 youth entrepreneurs and 100 livestock service providers. Realizing the profound need for emergency veterinary services, Dr. Sultana next founded the Model Livestock Institute Veterinary Hospital, the first non-government outdoor veterinary hospital in Bangladesh. Sultana's operation offers multiple services, including treatment, surgery, and vaccinations of livestock, pets, and birds, farm visits, and more. The hospital includes laboratory facilities and developed VetShiba, a call center and online service that farmers can use to speak directly to experts or be connected with a health provider in their area. In 2016, Dr. Sultana founded the Model Livestock Advancement Foundation. The foundation's mission is to promote rural development through focusing on women's empowerment, farmer awareness, animal rights, and food and nutrition security. The wide variety of efforts championed by Sultana, from veterinary care and research to farmer outreach and public education, have enjoyed immense success and improved the lives of thousands of individuals through employment, empowerment, and improved nutrition. These achievements have not been easily won. As a woman in a male-dominated field, operating in situations with less than adequate resources, Sultana has encountered numerous obstacles, shown great persistence and innovation, and demonstrated exemplary accomplishment in her efforts to overcome the food security challenges in her country.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great honor to be part of this conference celebrating the remarkable legacy of Aleen Cust. I am currently in the United States pursuing my doctoral research at Iowa University. I'm truly grateful to join you through this recorded message. My heartfelt thanks to Veterinarians Without Border for their trust, friendship, and continued collaboration over the years, and presenting our shared work through empowering women through Good Farming Project. The documentary you have just watched reflects a simple belief that has guided my work throughout my career. Veterinary science should not remain only in the laboratories or classroom. It should reach farms, communities, and the people whose life depends on healthy animals and livestock production. We take pride in the progress we made already. I also look forward to the future because I believe our work is just only beginning. Every year, trainees and students travel from different regions of Bangladesh to receive practical training at our organization. Many of them struggle to find safe and affordable accommodation for extended training. Therefore, one of my aspirations is to establish a residential training center. Another vision that is especially very close to my heart is animal welfare. Bangladesh is home of many injured, abandoned, and stray animals with little or no access to veterinary care. As we are currently providing outdoor veterinary services, I dream to establish a fully equipped veterinary hospital with indoor facilities and a rescue unit. I know that these are ambitious dreams and they cannot be achieved by one person alone. Therefore, researchers, collaborators, veterinarians, development organizations, and friends around the world, together we can create opportunities that will benefit both people and animals for generations to come. This is a future I hope we can build together. Thank you once again.
And lastly, I have the distinction, the honor, because since this Aleen Cust conference started, each year we've had a local vet who is passionate about veterinary, passionate about horses, but one of his hobbies that we're not aware of is roses. And each year for the last number of conferences, he has brought roses and slapped them delicately upon any female that was moving slowly at the time. But today, he has to explain himself. James, smelling the roses.
Will you? Could you forgive an 82-year-old?
No,
no excuse.
No.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, and very welcome guests. Shakespeare said it all, in my opinion, when he said that a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Personally, I am convinced that of all the plants and shrubs and flowers in the world today, that exist today, nothing, but nothing compares to a rose. We are told by Mr. Google, where would we be without Mr. Google? We'd be stupid. But Mr. Google tells us that the rose was first identified in China 5,000 years ago and quickly spread to all countries in the world, which proves, I suppose, that not everything that comes from China is necessarily a poor product. Those of us who were reared in the country, like I was, would be familiar with the sight of the hedgerow being suddenly adorned with a wild flower growing in its midst, growing bravely against a lot of opposition, and also producing the most outlandish aroma, a fascinating fragrance, every June. But come July, the rose disappeared and was not seen again until the following June. All that, of course, has now changed because the rose today has been engineered and transformed into a sort of a super species. Because the rose nowadays begins blossoming late May and continues until non-stop until October, which is quite fascinating. And the reality is that most countries, a lot of countries in the world are vying with each other as to which country will produce the most fragrant, the healthiest, the one with the most aroma, and it is a huge competition. Most successful countries are the British, the French, and the United States. And I must confess, the United States nearly always wins. A few years ago, the United States produced a fascinating rose, which they called Mr. Lincoln, after its president, Lincoln, Mr. Lincoln, which, depending what stat you interrogate today, is still in the top 10 of roses of the world. And it is so for a few very special reasons. First of all, it is a hybrid tea rose. In other words, one stem, one rose. It also looks like a rose. It looks like what you would imagine a rose should always look like. It has the most fascinating texture because its blossoms are like velvet. It has a most extraordinary color. To the ordinary people like me who are colorblind, it is red, but it is not really red. It has a sinister scarlet color. Very unique. But most importantly, it has a fragrance to die for. In the United States alone, the Mr. Lincoln rose is the go-to rose in every nursing home in the States because one single flower will perfume an entire dormitory. And I must confess that for my sins, I endeavored to acquire such a rose without much success. And I badgered, you like that word, wouldn't you? I badgered my rose man to get a rose for me, Mr. Lincoln. And after years, he eventually found one for me, which he delivered in January. Now, of course, I was suspicious. And I immediately doubted its integrity. But come June 10, I had to apologize profusely because what grew was undoubtedly a Mr. Lincoln. Fragrance, color, beauty. Now, I am not an obsessive person. At least I don't think I am. Some people might disagree with that. But I must say, when it comes to roses, I am obsessive. When it comes to Mr. Lincoln, I am positively, passionately obsessive, because I think the Mr. Lincoln rose is the most beautiful thing that was ever grown in this world. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. For your resilience. Aoife, this is yours. And before we hand over to the afternoon session, I have one final expression of gratitude, because in 2021, Nationwide made a film here. And in that film, we had local vet Teresa Glenn did ride a white horse for many minutes up and down many roads, because shooting for television is really painful. Hold on to that for a minute till I open this. But a couple of days ago, I did get the brainwave that while President Connolly, wasn't it, would arrive this morning, that Teresa, in the costume she was riding for the television program, would be up and down outside. And it was an amazing experience for the President. Teresa, you deserve a medal. Come and get it. It is long overdue. And that horse, that horse was not easy to handle. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Well done. Here, hold on. I won't get the chance again. The afternoon session is in the hands of Margaret Good.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for everyone for getting back the time after lunch and enjoying our 5 minutes, which went very well. Mike Burke is our first speaker on 15 minutes, and Mike from Vets Without Borders, and I have the stopwatch here.
We have the lectern here. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Speaking after lunch is always challenging, so I decided there'd be two of us just to break it up and keep you all occupied. So I'll just introduce our talk, and then Rebecca will speak on some of our projects and that. So I suppose the first question is, what has Vets Without Borders got to do with Aleen Cust? And I suppose how I'd answer that is that we work with small-scale livestock farmers or subsistence farmers in the developing world, and an awful lot of those farmers are women. And no more than Aleen Cust and the challenges she encountered because of her gender, and then looking at Maura's talk this morning about the challenges faced by Irish women in agriculture, and whose talk I could see my mother written in all over that talk. These farmers face the same challenges, but probably to a greater degree than women in agriculture in Ireland. We've progressed maybe from what they are at. So our projects aren't exclusively focused on women in agriculture, but as you'll see from Rebecca's when she covers the projects, the women form an important component of those projects. So just the next slide. Yeah, so just Vets Without Borders Ireland, where have we come from? So we were founded as volunteers in Irish Veterinary Assistance in 1999 by Brendan Memna. So a lot of you here would be familiar with him. He worked in practice for 20 years, large animal practice, and he worked with the Department of Agriculture for 20 years, and I see many of his colleagues here. So Brendan grew up on a small mixed farm in County Longford, and with that background and inspired by the advent of Boer back in the 90s, he was inspired to found Viva to look at the potential for small-scale livestock farming to lift people out of poverty. And I suppose his vision was to harness the solidarity of the Irish veterinary and agricultural sectors to fund and to support these projects. So back in 2017, we joined the Vétérinaires Sans Frontières network in Europe. So that's a network of similar organizations right across Europe and including North America. And all the other organizations in the network were named VSF, or Vétérinaires Sans Frontières. So last year we decided to join the club, and we became Vets Without Borders Ireland, because we felt it was a more recognizable brand and spoke more to what we do. So what, as you can see, our vision here is a fair world where all communities can access essential veterinary care services supporting healthy animals, resilient livelihoods, food security, and protection for a shared environment, which can be summed up as a One Health approach. And I suppose what is the beauty of livestock in development contexts, in that they're a multifaceted asset, in that they are often in these remote rural areas, they're often a family's bank account. They're they're an asset that can be liquidated very quickly, turned into cash very quickly. They're a source of food. They have a huge cultural status. They're a status of wealth and of standing in the community. They're used as dowries. They're a source of fertilizer. They're used for animal traction. And Donald visited Uganda with me many years ago to a project we had there where we were supporting a large agricultural community who were using teams of oxen for maize farming, to plant maize. So they're a multifaceted asset and have huge potential to lift these rural communities out of poverty. So now I'm going to hand you over to Rebecca, and she's going to take you through some of our current projects.
Thanks, Mike. Hi, everybody. My name is Rebecca. As Mike said, I joined Vets Without Borders Ireland in 2025, at the beginning of 2025, on a part-time basis. I'm not a vet. I don't have an animal welfare background, but I am really passionate about animals and what this organization does. And I think what they've done over the last 20 years has been unbelievable on a voluntary basis. So there's so much scope to develop the organization, and we're the only organization in the country that's doing what we do. And as Mike said, women are at the core of all of the projects that we're currently involved with. So we now have 3 projects, two in South Asia and 1 in Africa. All of the projects, veterinary care for the communities, sustainable livestock farming, and education and disease prevention are at the core of everything that we do. In Nepal, it is strengthening livelihoods through sustainable commercial goat farming. In Malawi, it is building resilient communities through animal health care. And in Bangladesh, as you saw from Dr. Salma Sultana, who's an unbelievably inspirational woman who we all met online earlier on this year, and maybe we'll meet in person at some stage, which would be great to actually invite her over to Ireland, or if we could go to Bangladesh, has done incredible work with her project there. And again, I suppose the common thread throughout everything is the influence that women can have with regards to livestock farming and sustainable development and resilient communities. So, I mean, the common purpose with all of our projects is to build sustainable livelihoods, improve food security, and to create better futures for the populations that we are supporting. And women are at the heart of the projects. According to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, women receiving equal resources perform far more sustainably in their farming than men do. So the gender war continues. Why that is, don't know at the moment. I don't have access to that information, but it is a very interesting finding. And also because the social return on investment is far greater with women, whereas 90% of their income is reinvested into their families. It's reinvested into communities with improved nutrition, education, and well-being. So all of the work that we are doing is assisting with all of that. So in Bangladesh, as you saw, this project empowers women, strengthens families, and promotes gender equality, improving the livelihoods of the women involved through the Model Livestock Advancement Foundation and VSF Sweden. So for us, rebranding as Vets Without Borders Ireland made complete sense, so that we are more connected to the overarching organisation, which is Vétérinaires Sans Frontières, even though each of us work completely independently, but we now also collaborate a lot more with their projects, and we'll learn a lot from them as well, because some of their organisations are much bigger than us. So through this project, we equip women with the knowledge, confidence and practical skills to build sustainable livelihoods and support their families through classroom learning and practical workshops. So 20 women every year are selected based on their needs and their interests. They're all coming from challenging backgrounds. They receive 15 days of training, and at the end of that 15 days, they receive a goat. And they are, but after the training, obviously, the goat welfare is at the heart of the project. And they're taught with regards to housing, feeding, disease prevention, responsible medicine, and basic veterinary care. The goat behavior is, their goats are encouraged to develop natural behaviors as opposed to what a goat would develop in intensive farming. And they will build from one goat. There are 2 breeding bucks that service the goats, so they can build a small, they can develop their herd themselves in their own backyard. So we've seen Dr. Sultana. So in Nepal, that's a relationship that we've had ongoing for the last 10 years, but this current project has been going since 2023, and that's in the Cust district with the Animal Health Training and Consultancy Service. And we are supporting 120 smallholder households in that project. Over 30% of the beneficiaries are women. We would love there to be more women involved in it. There are 4 distinct groups. 2 of those groups are women only. There's a youth group, and then there's a group for male farmers. They all receive training in goat health and husbandry. It is all about improving incomes and livelihoods in a sustainable way for the goats, strengthening food security, and that project will run until the end of 2026. So we're currently looking at the next phase of that project and how we're going to develop it, and also how we're going to fund it, because we are completely privately fundraised at the moment. So the key areas of that project would be community engagement and empowerment. So it's not just about learning to look after the goats so that the animal welfare, their welfare is at the heart of it. It is also about collaboration. It's about local skills and capacity building, learning about Indigenous livestock resources, improving market access and networking, and improving coordination and collaboration amongst all of the stakeholders so that lasting change can take place. And then we have Malawi, which is a new project for us this year. A really interesting project whereby with VSF Netherlands and the Centre for Community Empowerment Initiatives, we are looking at assessing the impact of community animal healthcare workers. So across the board with all of these projects, we're funding community animal healthcare workers so that these populations can access animal healthcare where they previously wouldn't have had access to it. So 30 community animal healthcare workers have been trained in Malawi. And now, because that training has happened, we can now assess the impact of those community animal healthcare workers. So it is about livestock innovation for thriving communities. It is about social inclusion. We do have, again, about 30% of the participants are women. The key goal is to integrate community animal healthcare workers into the formal veterinary system, which isn't really happening at the moment. It is a little bit, but it needs to be improved. And also we'll take the findings from this project and then we can apply it to other countries and other projects that we begin to work with as we progress as an organisation. It also needs to develop stronger collaboration with government veterinary services and practical support. So the community animal healthcare workers development is really key, and the funding that we receive, most of that goes into that with regards to our projects. So it's very, like the impact from what we do is felt very, very directly. So I guess with just as an example there, Rosemary Gondwy's actually received training back in 2014 as a community healthcare worker, just 15 days of training. And she, in 2025, received further extensive training as a community animal healthcare worker on all livestock species. So she can now provide a lot more assistance. And over the years, she's helped over 500 farmers through her training, which is an amazing achievement. She's 52 years of age, and she works with government officials in terms of evaluating and monitoring species. And she also, so she's a wonderful role model for other women in her area who have received the support that we can give them through our projects. So very quickly, over the years, Viva, formerly Viva, has raised over €1 million in Brendan Mimna's time and Mike's time. 26 years of international development work and thousands of farmers reached. We really do want to continue that. So this year, our Wheels and Heels event will take place on the 12th of September. We'd love you to get involved if you like cycling. It's a 100k cycle or a 60k cycle or a hike in the Nar Valley in the Cummer Mountains. Absolutely beautiful. It's great fun. Or you can organize your own fundraiser in your practice or in your place of work or at home or whatever it might be, if you'd like to get involved and help us out in what we do. And all information is on our website. And finally, if you would like to sign up to our newsletter, put your phone onto that and it'll take you through to our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike and Rebecca, especially for keeping so well to time. And yes, we can see how that project is, or those projects are so very sustainable. The next speaker for this session is Evan O'Brien. There you are. And Evan will talk about Food Cloud, also a sustainable enterprise.
Hi, everybody, and thanks so much for inviting me here today. My name is Evan O'Brien. I'm the founder and CEO of Food Cloud, and I suppose our connection to Aleen Cust is that we're a female-founded, female-led NGO working in food system, not necessarily animal health, but I suppose there are parallels in terms of female-led organisations. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Food Cloud today and our, I suppose, vision for a world where no good food goes to waste. So just at first, I suppose the problem that we're trying to solve is that up to 40% of food produced globally is wasted. So to put that in context, it's land the size of China, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan all combined together to grow food that we never actually eat. And that's at a time when almost 1 billion people don't have access to food. So in an Irish context, we waste just over 800,000 tons of food. And on the flip side, 1 in 11 Irish people are experiencing food poverty. And a report actually out from Barnardo's last week told us that 44% of Irish parents skip or reduce their meals so that their kids can eat. And 30% have confirmed that they don't always have access to enough food to feed their families. So I suppose this paradox between a world where we're producing plenty of food and on the flip side, people don't have access to a nutritious diet is the problem space that we were set up to solve. So what do we do? We're a registered charity based here in Ireland, but have grown internationally. We turn surplus food into stronger communities. So we redistribute surplus food from food businesses, from farm right through to retail, and redistribute it to communities across the country and internationally. And I suppose, what is surplus food? Surplus food is perfectly good food. It's just extra. So I think there was somebody from KEPAC here this morning. We would work with KEPAC where there is surplus as part of their process. It's still perfectly good, but it might not be able to be sold for various reasons. Too much of a product, short shelf life, but also at every step of the supply chain, from farm right through to retail and in our homes, we are wasting perfectly good food. So how do we do it? We have 3 solutions. So we have a network of warehouses, one in Dublin, one in Oranmore here in Galway, and one in Little Island in Cork, where we take the large volumes of surplus food, we bring it into our warehouses, and we redistribute it out to community groups from there. Another element of our solution is that we've developed a technology platform where the likes of Tesco, Lidl, Aldi, Dunn's, Musgraves can donate locally. So at a store level, so you're a store manager in a local Tesco or a SuperValu here, every day you do have surplus that can't be used, but it's still perfectly good to eat. So bakery, fruit and veg. Using our platform, the store manager uploads details of what he has available, and our network of charity partners across the country can go directly to the store and pick that up. So on any evening across Ireland, there's about 550 donations happening in communities from Ballinasloe to Galway City up as far as Letterkenny, and it's all managed centrally through our platform. So it's really connecting local surplus with local need and empowering people to take action on those problems, one being food waste and one being food insecurity. And our final solution, which is emerging, is we've developed a production kitchen in Dublin where the surplus that we get into our warehouse that we can't necessarily get out as quickly, we turn it into meals that the charities can use as meal provision. So I suppose if you're a charity, like say Ballinasloe Social Services, you can link up with us through your local stores. You could draw down more larger volumes from the warehouse in Oranmore, and in time also potentially have a meal provision service as well. The interesting thing, I suppose, in terms of our international story is that that technology that we developed, which at the very start was a glorified group text message, but now has become a little bit more sophisticated, is really effective way of managing like surplus and scarcity. So there's an equivalent of us in about 80 countries around the world, and 5 of those countries, so in the UK, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and more recently Kenya, the food bank there, which is a very traditional warehousing and vans around the road, are using our technology to grow their impact. So just to put that in a little bit of context, in the UK, for example, our partner there uses our technology to work with Tesco, Waitrose, KFC, Nando's, and there's about 5,000 donations going through the platform every evening. So from, I suppose, Ballinasloe to Birmingham, that donation is happening, but without, I suppose, the need to have a load of trucks on the road moving food around. I'll just show you in terms of, so since we started, which we started as a college project back in 2012, really our first donation was a farmers market in Dublin linked to a local charity. And we really realized that if you were going to scale this, you needed technology. But we've started from there and have grown to redistribute the equivalent of about 467 million meals over the last 10 or 11 years. Just to, I suppose, give you a sense of the kind of scale of what we're doing here in Ireland. These are 3 warehouses, but because of that, I suppose, leveraging technology, you can see the spread of the impact there in pretty much every community across the country. It makes going on holidays in Ireland not that enjoyable because you can see every Tesco store and every charity group as you're driving through. But it just shows the, I suppose, the power of the communities and the power of the food industry coming together to share a problem, but also come up with solutions. So our role is really the intermediary between the food industry and the community sector. But the magic really happens when those people and companies and organizations come together and solve each other's problems. For the purposes of today, I suppose, in terms of our work with primary producers, it was mentioned by the first speaker here that, you know, we have a really big challenge in Ireland with our horticulture sector, and especially around the fact that there's very few growers left in Ireland. And on our side, we're always looking at making sure the nutritional spread of what we're redistributing is really good. So a couple of years ago, we launched a research project with MTU, where we looked at primary producers like carrot growers, potatoes, strawberries, tomatoes, and said, look, we're not actually accessing surplus, but like academic research tells us that there's a lot of waste at farm level. And what we uncovered really is that for farmers who are working on small margins. Even though they have surplus, getting it to us was cost prohibitive. So even putting it on a truck and paying whatever it is just to transport it to one of our warehouses was just cost prohibitive. So we worked with the Department of Ag and have a pool of funding where we work with growers and we cover the cost of getting grade 2 surplus to our warehouses across the country. And even some of our growers, we have a potato grower up in Donegal and Clifford's down in Kerry, where they're loading their surplus through the app. And then say, for example, if it's potatoes grade 2 that doesn't have a market, they're redistributing it to local communities there. And then we're giving them some kind of cost recovery for that product. So what that means is we're accessing surplus at a farm level, but we're also making sure that the community groups we work with are getting access to really good, nutritious produce. And we're hoping to scale that project. So if anybody's in the department, we are looking for advocates for this project to scale the amount of funding that we have to support the growers. And in a way, it does get money back into the pockets of those working in the horticulture sector that are really on the margins and so vital for our food system. I mentioned quickly about our kitchen. One of the key challenges for community groups is that I suppose they, like all of us, also have challenges in relation to costs, fuel costs, food costs, all the rest of it. So one of the areas that we were finding was a lot of charities and community groups were maybe cutting back on their food service, because if they were doing home help, they might cut back on the food and put the funding into care workers. But they were telling us that the food element of what they were doing was so important to get people in the door or to start a conversation about what was actually going on. So we started the kitchen where we now prepare those meals. It's a very small scale project at the moment, just working in Dublin, but we are keen to scale that because we've seen the massive impact and also showcasing what's possible with surplus food within our own kitchens. I have a couple of examples here of where the food goes. So we work with about 685 community groups across the country. About 30% are families with children, about 20% are people with that are over 65. And I suppose they're a really big spread of organisations. So they're the ones that you'd know, the likes of Bernardo's, St. Vincent de Paul, but they're also really small church-based community groups, breakfast clubs, after school clubs. And really, I suppose the main thing is that food is an enabler and it's a really powerful tool to bring people together. So whether it's a family resource centre or an addiction recovery centre, the food element of the service is really, really important, and it really brings people together. So we've one example there of Kilkenny Leader, where they identified an increasing need for food in their community in kind of South Kilkenny, Carlow. So working with us over the last couple of years, they've set up a hub which local smaller community groups can access surplus food and meet a need in the area that we weren't getting to before. So I suppose in terms of what we're doing today, so as we're speaking here, there's vans out on the road rescuing and delivering food and gearing up to our busy period, which is from 6 to 9 every night, every day except Christmas Day, where there's donations happening across the country and internationally. In Ireland, on an annual basis, we do about 4,000 tonnes of food, which is about 10 million meals equivalent. And we're also looking to expand the impact of our work internationally. So the technology we developed here, if we can share it in places like Kenya and Eastern Europe, where the need is really high, but the surplus still exists, that's our big aim. And in terms of our future, I suppose, we've worked very hard over the last couple of years, and while we're really proud of the impact, I think like the previous speaker from Bangladesh, we really only feel like we're getting started. There's still so much to do. We're only rescuing less than 1% of what's wasted in Ireland. So even though we're working with all of the major retailers and a lot of the key food supply chain actors, you know, we're not fully embedded into the food system as a solution. There's a really exciting for us, piece of legislation coming down the track, which is the Waste Framework Directive, which will ask all food businesses over a certain size to have a relationship with the food donation organisation. So if we can make that happen, we've seen in other countries that while obviously from a food waste perspective, prevention is the first line of defense, ultimately, if there's good food being produced, all the labor, the work, the heartache that goes into that shouldn't be wasted and should go out to communities that need it. But I suppose ultimately to finish, we really believe that, you know, in the time where on the one side you have so much excess and on the other side you have so much need, that there is an opportunity to come together, working across food industry, community, government, corporate, bringing together so that we can build stronger, healthier and more sustainable communities worldwide. And I suppose to end, I know some of you may be looking to see how you can get involved. We're always looking for volunteers, especially in our Galway warehouse. So you can go onto our website, find out more information. If you have time and you'd like to volunteer, we have plenty of opportunities within our Galway warehouse. And just thanks a million for your attention today.
Thank you, Evan. Our next speaker this session is Doreen Corridon. And Doreen was elected the 2025 STEM Woman of the Year, STEM being science, technology, engineering and maths.
Thank you. Thank Donald for asking me to speak here today. So basically, I was wondering, what should I cover? So what I basically looked at is what is the power of better decisions? Because science will transform Irish agriculture, but will only transform it through our people. So how do we capitalise, on the power of better decisions? And I think if we look at Seamus Heaney, he's captured something every farming family understands and understood. We have to get the mare and foal, we have to get the cows and calf, we have to get the sheep and lamb, and we have to get the sows and pig. And he has a great poem called The Outlaw. I won't read out all of it, but I'd ask you all to look at it when you go home. It goes back to the days of the unlicensed bull and the department trying to improve things. And it's all about Kelly's unlicensed bull. And he charging a fee. And if you were caught putting a cow to it, he would pay a fine. And basically taking the Frisian down the lane of Alder, Shaggy with Cat King, to where the bull was kept. And he goes on then giving Kelly the old clammy silver. And he getting up in the gate watching his business-like conception. And then Kelly saying, she'll do, if not, bring her back, So we've come a long ways from that, from the unlicensed bull. And because if we take in the past, breeding basically relies on judgment, reputation and trust. That's where breeding, really was in the past. And when I was young, there's where it was at. I spent my youth listening to farmers agonising over, teeth placement, others, confirmation and so forth. And in 1947, the first AI centre, was set up in Ballyclaw. And when I started there, I was lucky enough to spend a year or two with Jim Nagel. He was fully retired, but he was coming every day and talking to the old technicians at the time. And at that stage, when they started off, it was only short turns they were understood. The bulls were jumped every morning, fresh semen. Technicians headed off in their bicycles, to the local co-op, where the farmers delivering the milk would say they had a cow on. So it progressed actually from that right up then to the frozen semen. But where we are today, and I'm glad to say that Ireland is actually a world leader at the moment in cattle breeding in the world. And it's purely due to our collaboration from the Department of Agriculture, from Tagish, from ICBF, with the farming organisations, working very closely with the AI companies and the co-ops. And if we look at today, with the DNA, cattle breeding is so far ahead, of anything else, because this year alone, there were 1 million calves genotyped at birth, which means there were 80,000 pieces of DNA available in those calves to predict their parentage, predict their sex, predict if they had any genetic defects, at birth. And And then we've gone on to the whole health genotyping, and then we can make the actual best matings. So what this basically does is makes Irish farmers so much more profitable and sustainable. As dairy farmers, I mean here, they can genotype their animals, they know what their females are, they know what we have to offer as AI companies, so I mean to end up with the best mating. So from the point of view of Ireland and our grass-based system, which is very sustainable, and the profitability that genetics can give herd owners, we are really probably the most profitable, so I mean, and sustainable, so I mean, dairy farmers in the world. And I'm just looking down here at Mello Briscoe. So I mean, we'll be friendly enough with Mello over the years, large woman dairy farmer, so I mean, here in Galway. And Mello is one of these farmers that's utilising all these services. So in my lifetime, we have a completely different way of making breeding decisions, because we went from the unlicensed bull to the licensed bull. Then we went to artificial insemination. And at the moment, I mean, over 70% of the dairy females are bred by AI. Milk recording, we're gone up over to 1 million cows now milk recorded. So we have all the phenotypic data. Now with all the pedigrees, they're all known now from every animal due to the Department National Registration System feeding into ICBF. ICBF is the national database where everything is fed into. All the births are fed into, all the records from the milk recording is fed into, all the co-ops is fed into, all the animals when they're slaughtered and is fed into. And what this allows us to do is to come up with one index, completely different to what Temple Grandin was speaking about, which is just breeding for growth rate. As in Ireland with the collaboration, it's a total profit and sustainability index. So we're breeding short term and we're breeding long term. We're going that bit slower, but we're going more complete. So then long term, we're actually growing faster. Then with the DNA coming in, that absolutely has revolutionized cattle breeding. As if you have the genome, and then you know what the information that has, you know, this bull with this combination is high milk. This bull with this combination is high fertility. Right? So you can nearly predict, so I mean, when a calf is born, what its lifetime performance is going to be. Then sex semen, so I mean, from 4 years ago, we were about 4% sexed in Ireland. We're now going up to 30% of the calves born from sex semen. And what that allows us to do is produce our female replacements from our best cows, eliminate the dairy male calf that's of low value, and end up with a dairy beef calf, which is a much higher value. And then the whole herd genotyping, which is really driven on the farmers. So in one generation, we have a completely different way of making breeding decisions. And it's not all about breeding better cows. It's by giving herd owners a better lifestyle, as in more profitable, more sustainable. And I won't bore you with indexes. I'll just go into one of them, which is the EBI, because not alone, and if you look at the EBI and if you look at the progression back from 1999 right up to 2025, the blue is the production line. There's less emphasis on production. Fertility, so I mean, it was introduced in 2000, so quite a lot in fertility. Carbon was introduced 4 years ago. Then you have the calving, so the cows calve easy, calve unassisted. Then you have the maintenance to maintain cow size, not have cows grow very big. Then you have the health, and then you have the management. So basically, you're breeding a complete animal. We aren't the highest producing cows in the world, but we are definitely the most sustainable because they produce, they're fertile, they're low carbon, they can calve themselves. So I mean, they're high health and maintenance. As essentially what we want to produce is a cow that's productive, that has a long life, that's fertile, that's labor efficient, that's carbon efficient, and that'll actually produce a calf of value. And this will really help herd owners, so I mean, with producing actually profitable animals. And we're quite similar there in the beef. And if we look at it, so I mean, it's about data, but the big piece of data is the people, to be able to collaborate. And this collaboration, so I mean, is really, really powerful. Where you have Department of Agriculture working with Tagish institutions on research to keep us all honest, the dairy co-ops, the beef co-ops, then down into the farmers at the extension. And if you look at the database, I mean, at the moment there's over 89,000 herds in the Irish database, 7 million movements, of cattle in 2025, 1.5 million of carcass records in 2025. Valid genotypes, we've over 7 million valid genotypes of the animal, 62 million bovine animals in total in the database. All the births are in there, 3 million weight records, over 8 million milk records, and health records. And if you take a simple one on health now, for the past 2 years, a lot of the focus has been on TB. How can we produce animals that are more resilient to TB? So basically, the whole thing is genetics. Will drive quite a lot. Then you have the methane. We're trying to reduce animals that are productive, and low methane. So it's all about real data, real collaboration, and real advantage to give the farmers. So essentially what we're trying to do is to produce the next David Clifford. But the key is we have him rather than anyone else having him. And so that's where we are. And so I think if you look at it, data doesn't change farming. It helps. Science drives technology, but at the end of the day, it's all about people. And what we need to do is how can we groom young people that are interested, passionate about farming, give them a lifestyle in farming, but also for those who want to go into science, to get them to have an interest in farming, to actually to drive it on. And just a little bit about my own story. I was born into a family in North Kerry, a little village called Knockanore. I was the eldest of 6. We were the middle house in the Bohardeen, and behind us were 3 bachelors, and I learned more from them than anybody else, because any day they had any work done, they'd come over to my dad and say, "Will you send us back someone?" We learned all about GA and Fine Gael. That's what drove those. In the national school, the teacher, like all North Kerry people, were GA driven and Kyoto Short Holstein as young, always had an interest in it. And then I went on and did veterinary and qualified and did a PhD. And looking at the people, that influenced me in my life, apart from the strong parental support I got all along the way. And I think it's so important to support young girls. Because at that time in veterinary, in 87, when I qualified, there was 65 in the class and there was 11 girls. So it wasn't very common at the time. It's far more common now. And the people that influenced me, I think, is the Presentation Convent in Listowel. There was a nun there, Sister Angela, absolutely brilliant at science. She really made it so simple, but she just fascinated me at the time. And I'll always remember my mother-in-law to Mercer and Bell's points were high enough to get into veterinary. She was praying that I'd pass French. As at the time, you had to have a foreign language, or else you wouldn't get into college. Do you know what I mean? And I was taught a language that nobody speaks, French with a Kerry accent. And the 2 biggest influences in my life was Jim Roach and Maurice Boland. Jim, for those of you who don't know him, he was the guy, he invented the prick coil, synchronization. He was heavily involved in growth hormones at the time. Absolute pioneer, do you know what I mean, in his day. And Maurice Boland, Maurice was probably one of the pioneers of embryo transfer and IVF in Ireland. These 2 guys were just complete innovators. They knew no boundaries. Anything you thought of, we'll do it. You know what I mean? That was the absolute attitude that was there. And they had a great attitude towards female students, do you know what I mean? And they actually really supported them. And I think the other big thing, I think, for all of us as females is follow your passion, do you know what I mean? Because I just followed the veterinary, then the fertility, and then a job came up in Dairygold, which was subsequently Munster. And now I'm with NCBC. And basically in NCBC, our role is and then I've gone backwards. Our role is we buy all the dairy bulls that's needed for AI, buy all the beef bulls, and produce the semen from Munster Bovine and Progressive Genetics. It's a lovely job, but essentially it's the same purpose. It's helping farmers make choices that are more profitable and all sustainable. And it's a case of, just working with people, working with a team and driving on. I'm married to Tim and I have 1 daughter, Katie, and we breed limousine. And so in my journey, what have I learned? I think the big thing is we have to be competent at what we do, know what we don't know, and really understand the people that don't know what they don't know. Courage is absolutely crucial. And I think authenticity is crucial. We have to be continually authentic to ourselves and what we do and believe in what we do. And we have to keep on that curiosity cap, because there's where we really get game changing. And then it's about growth. We'll grow ourselves, we'll grow our team, and we'll grow all the people around you. And I think that we're no longer walking to the neighbour to his unlicensed bull with a rope and the cow. But I think the big thing is we share the science of it, right? And the values that Irish culture, agriculture are built on haven't changed. I mean, it's still all about trust. Get curiosity in there, get our generosity, and get our community. Because it's all about community, because regardless what we have in the universities, regardless what we have in Tagish, right, if we don't get the community going with the co-ops and the meat processors, so I mean, to get that genetics, get it developed, get people to believe in it, and then get the extension that out in farms and help farmers make those actual decisions and have people that actually understand farming. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Doreen. Now, our final speaker for this session is Professor Patrick Pollock, who is hoping to engage us all in a new veterinary faculty and how we can teach and produce better vets.
So no great pressure then. Giagaív Golair, Patrick Pollock is anam do, is more an honordum ave mo kinrinja don liash tri liachta an onschool technologicta and Atlanti. Current Shiglinder Criorumsa ave live I an show in you. Agus scoro milamai agav asan valche Creole. Vakan rode I Aleen Cust in you. Bawam lomsa lorst fuin gade gluin ella de can rodehe. That's as much as I'm doing. My name's Patrick Pollock, and it's my great privilege to be here today to talk about the new program in veterinary medicine at Atlantic Technological University, and also I think to talk about Aleen Cust, who I feel like everybody feels like they've got a personal connection with, but she trained in Edinburgh in Scotland, where I'm from, and I think she just didn't open the door only for women in our profession, but also opened the door for change. And what I want to talk about today is to argue that veterinary education stands at a moment really like no other. Oops. I'm going to start with this map because I've thought lots about the communities that I come from in the west of Scotland, and people often think of Scotland and Ireland as very different places. But actually, if you stand on an Atlantic coast like Kildare Beach here and look northeast, you can see the Paps of Jura. These countries are connected by the Atlantic, which was a superhighway. People crossed them, farmers crossed them, livestock crossed them, ideas crossed them. The communities that I came from in the west coast of Scotland are exactly the same as the communities in the west and the northwest of Ireland. Same culture, same language, same problems, same challenges. And the Gallaglass families, and this is the gravestone of a Gallaglass, which is in Kildare churchyard. It says in Lombardic Scots Gaelic actually on it, Magnus MacCorriston of the Isles lies under this mound, which I really like. And it's got a claymore on it. All Scots carry a claymore. And it says on the thing in the churchyard that it's a hurl, but it's not a hurl. It's a shinty cammon. Shinty is the more cultured game. And these people who moved back and forward from one side to the other, they brought language, they brought culture, skills, a shared way of living. And the veterinary challenges, I think, in these two communities, the remoteness of them, the harsh weather, farming families, isolation, animal health, human well-being, they're not Scottish problems or Irish problems, they're Atlantic problems. And today we would call that one health, but for these people, it was just called life. And it's one of the reasons that I feel hugely privileged to have this role, because the challenges facing rural Ireland are the same challenges that I grew up with. So loss of mixed practice, difficulty recruiting vets, isolated communities, aging farmers, as we've heard about, a mental health crisis, suicidality at a rate which is totally unacceptable, food production challenges and environmental change. And this is the beach. This is Tramore on the island of Tiree. It's the first place in Europe to have a community-owned veterinary practice because the veterinary practice closed down. When that happens, the community disappears, farms disappear, it becomes an Airbnb island. And it's a real success story, and it's a real model for how you might do things a little bit differently. So to Aleen Cust, a vet ever and always, it's a great phrase, not a campaigner, simply a vet. It wasn't simply a career for Aleen, as it is for many of us. It was a way of life. And I think many of us in this fantastic profession really kind of understand that. You may be less familiar with this fellow. This is Orlando Sharnock Bradley. It's a cracking name. And he eventually became the principal of the Dick Vet School in Edinburgh. And he was friends with Aleen when she was at university. He supported her and looked out for her. He was a doctor who became a vet. So he was a One Health pioneer before the term One Health was coined. And he believed in raising professional standards and anatomy and science. And he set up the first regulatory body, the first membership body for veterinary medicine anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, the institution that he later led, the Dick Vet, didn't go on to really admit Aleen, which was poor show. And I don't think it's a criticism of him. It's a reminder that institutions change more slowly than people. And that raises a question, I think, for us today, which is what assumptions about veterinary education are we holding on to that the next generation will look back on with utter disbelief? The graduates entering practice in 10 years' time won't inherit the profession that I entered, that you entered. Their world will be way more connected, more uncertain, more pressured. And the question isn't, do they need to know about anatomy? Of course they need to know about anatomy. It's, will anatomy be enough? And why does this matter? Well, Ireland doesn't simply just need another veterinary program. It needs more vets and it needs them to stay. We know that around nearly 300 Irish young people leave the country to study veterinary medicine overseas every year. Many build careers overseas, they don't come back. And this isn't unique to Ireland, it's across Europe, it's global. We're seeing increasing shortages of veterinary professionals in rural environments mostly, but in all parts of the profession. And we're seeing that in Europe, we're seeing it globally. And we're seeing all of the problems that we're well aware of. Retention rate, which is less than 50% at 5 years post-graduation. 98% of students who get into a vet school get out of it, and then we lose 50% within 5 years. It's a shocking statistic. If I was standing up here as the CEO of an oil company and I said we were losing 50% of the people we train within 5 years, I would rightly be sacked, but we're not really talking about it. And the consequences are far from abstract. They're felt by farmers waiting longer for veterinary care, by horse owners struggling to access emergency services, even in companion animal practices who are under pressure, and by rural communities, as we've just seen, who are waiting for a vet. We know that vets protect food production, underpin disease surveillance, and contribute to public health. So the challenge isn't simply to educate more veterinarians, as the press often says. It's to educate veterinarians who want to build their careers here, who will thrive in practice, and who will serve the communities that need them most. And that's why the curriculum that we're designing isn't simply different. It's been designed with that outcome very much in mind. Veterinary schools often start by asking, what do students need to know? Anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, pathology, blah, blah, all of the ologies that we're aware of. And these things do matter, but it's not the question that we started with. We asked, what kind of veterinarian does Ireland actually need? So definitely curiosity is important. The problems our graduates face certainly won't all be in textbooks. There isn't time to read all the textbooks that have been written, and that curiosity keeps learning alive. What happens to veterinary undergraduates? They come in first year, you show them a horse, as I have, with a big stake injury in its chest, and you say to them, how are we going to fix this? And they say, oh, well, maybe you could take some muscle and rotate it round and close that hole. And you say, that's brilliant. And then the final years come in, they're on the equine rotation. We've trained them. How are we going to fix this problem? What do they say? We haven't had a lecture about big holes in horses' chests. What do we do to them? We do something to them. Compassion is very important. We are asking people to enter folks' homes, farms, businesses, sometimes at the very worst moments of their lives. And we need them to be courageous. That means maybe surgery through the night. It means telling families there's nothing that can be done. It means challenging the ways we've done things. Clinical excellence, everything begins with that. It's the beginning and end of everything. Community, being reflective. The best vets are not the ones who've never made a mistake. They're the ones who learn from those mistakes. And resilience doesn't just mean coping. It means resilience built through purpose, relationships, reflection, and of course, support. And of course, One Health. So it's not a list of graduate attributes. It's a philosophy. Everything we teach, every placement, every immersive simulation, every assessment should help us develop those qualities. And if it doesn't, then we really shouldn't be teaching it. When people hear that we've launched a new veterinary program, they often think it's another degree. I really hope it isn't. It's one of the first of 2 new veterinary programs established in 125 years on this island since the foundation of the state. It's got a remarkable history, of course, veterinary medicine, through animal health to comparative anatomy to the evidence-based profession that we know today. And every generation has added something, and it's our turn to do that now. The decisions that we make now about curriculum, values, and graduate attributes will influence every class that follows, not just September's new class, long after we're not teaching, long after we're not practicing. And what we launch today will still be here, hopefully 125 years from now, which carries a huge amount of responsibility. So the question we're asking is, if we had the opportunity to build a veterinary program from the ground up, what would it look like? 125 years ago, things were very different. This is the lodge house at the old UCD veterinary school. I used to live here when I was a house surgeon in 1999. Didn't have that arch, unfortunately, which I quite liked. It was a different world when that vet school was built. Horses, powered transport, and agriculture. Animal health was inseparable from livelihoods. Food security was a daily concern. Today, we've got different technology, advanced diagnostics, but the fundamentals haven't changed. Healthy animals, healthy food, healthy communities, public trust, and a profession that's dedicated to service. So if somebody had designed the curriculum in 1900 around the latest technologies of the day, it would very quickly have been obsolete. But if they designed graduates who were curious, adaptable, compassionate, scientifically rigorous, those graduates would hopefully still recognize today's progression. So the challenge is to future-proof the curriculum. And what's in the curriculum? Well, everything connects every semester, every year. We're not simply teaching veterinary science, we're developing professionals. So we have embedded immersive simulation, learning safely on models and using technology to help us learn. It isn't actually acceptable to practice in the local spay clinic on dogs, as was mentioned earlier on today. That's not okay. But you can make a model of a dog which is very real, and they can practice on that, and then they can hone their skills in the spay clinic later on. EMS with authentic experiences supported by yourselves, the profession, community, professional skills, well-being. We've got functional fitness. We've got how to fix your car. We've got cooking. We've even got yoga. We've got something to hopefully build well-rounded professionals who've got other interests in life. And One Health. Together, these elements will not sit alongside each other in silos, but they'll reinforce each other. Traditional curricula often work in blocks, complete anatomy, physiology, then medicine, and then at the end you become a clinician. We've tried to think about moving down through the progression where students begin to develop scientific knowledge while developing professional identity. Then in year 2, they integrate knowledge rather than just simply collecting facts. Clinical reasoning becomes increasingly important. Students will take greater responsibility in authentic settings, and by graduation, they're no longer learning to be vets, they're practicing as novice professionals under supervision. So hopefully what you notice is that simulation doesn't appear in one semester. Communication isn't a simple module. Professional identity is not something we discuss once. Reflection is something that we deliberately do. It doesn't happen by mistake. And these experiences run continuously. So every year our students become a little bit more knowledgeable, a little bit more skillful, a little bit more independent, and we hope a little bit more like the veterinary professions that are needed in this country. I think what makes our program different is that we've become very good at teaching students how to save animals, but we haven't always taught them how to survive the profession. Kindness is definitely not a weakness. Communication is not a soft skill. Reflection is absolutely not optional. These are core and critical skills. One Health, of course, is a key part of this. It's how we think. It's all of the things that have been discussed at length today, and I won't go into them in any great detail. But food security, climate, public health, disaster medicine. There are 12 million equids in the West. there's 150 million working equids. They're responsible for 75% of the world's traction energy, and they're hardly included in any veterinary curricula. These are really important topics that we have to talk about, and we have to teach, and we have to make sure that students are aware of them. If we, I'm just gonna, I wasn't sure about putting this picture up. It was put up at the World Animal Rescue Conference in Glasgow last year. It's a picture from New Zealand in 2021. It's a horse on top of a roof after the floods. And there isn't a lecture on how to get a horse off the roof of a barn, by the way. But we all went, well, we don't really get that kind of weather in, Northern Europe. And then the Climate Agency stood up and showed climate charts and showed that this is the weather that's coming to Ireland. This might already be here, but it's certainly coming. These are the kind of challenges that our graduates are going to have to deal with. That's a big challenge. It's a big change. It's something we need to think about. So disaster medicine and working through that is going to be something that's really important and part of our curriculum. So these are the topics. These are the things that we're going to look at, thinking about the student who becomes a vet, and everything working together, everything slotting together in a curriculum which is not siloed, and in a curriculum which supports the development of a healthy professional who has the attributes and the attitudes to survive and thrive in our profession. And I think we all agree, I hope we all agree, that the status quo is absolutely no longer acceptable. We just can't do it anymore. So I'm going to leave you where I started, which was with Aleen Cust. I don't think she wanted to become famous. She just refused to believe that things had to remain the same, which is exactly the responsibility that we have. Our generation isn't being asked to fight for admission to the profession. I can tell you we've got plenty of people who want to get into the profession, but we're being asked to build a profession that's worthy of the next generation. And if 50 years from now, people look back and say that was when veterinary education changed to produce the vets that we need, then I think Aleen would approve. She challenged who could become a vet, and our challenge is to shape who a vet becomes. And if we get that right, everything benefits: the animals, the people, the communities, and in 125 years, they might not remember our names, but hopefully they'll be benefiting from the decisions that we made today. And happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Now we'll go to coffee. No, there's no coffee. It's a comfort break. It's a comfort break. Oh, right. We'll go to a car, get a comfort break and something.
Sorry. F-I-L-N-A-N. Yeah, I didn't know. That's right. Pizza. You'd have to get a life for food, man. We don't get that weather. Just like I was up on the slope here one day, and this traveler books.
Two are private, so now you have to call it the roses. She told me, she took her back to you were the fucking actor you wanted. You were the actor, I'm not a fucking actor. I'm a public speaker. I need to get him in. I'm not an actor.
Should we change your mind? Hi. Yeah, hi, nice to meet you. What do I have here? Whereas now we just have consistency with that, then we're not smaller producers that have and then the growers project. You know what? I know. So that, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there's an example. Yeah. So there is an example where we're and they're doing exactly that. Yeah, it's where they're different north towards that area. So we're providing and then they're making and I'm sorry, and they're having multiple, like having everything. And it's brilliant, but it's I know, and I think we're currently there's something done that and you put your honey or whatever. It's so annoying. Like, But there's so much like what our jobs are doing compared to other countries. I know, I see it. I see it. Yeah, no, I agree. Have you come across this lady? I'm sure you have now. Yeah. So she was like banging that drum. Yeah. So I think it's her.
Yeah, but I know we're going to make a start again. So we need 4 people up here, our last 4 speakers. Doreen, Patrick, Mike, where are you? There you go. Okay. So this is the panel discussion on Ireland's food chain supply being under pressure, food insecurity, and the supply shocks. So questions, please, for our panel. And maybe our panel would like to ask each other questions.
I'd like to ask a question.
Ah, very good.
No, just for Even, I was just wondering, how do you pay the bills, or what's the economic model for Food Cloud?
Yeah, so it's mixed, like we're a registered charity. We charge the retailers a fee per store for using the app, and then so that it doesn't cover it all, but that generates some income. The charity, if you're a community group going to your local store, you don't pay anything. Well, you do because you have volunteers and transport and all that. But so that's one aspect, and then within our warehouses, we deliver. It was the former CAP surpluses, but it's actually called ESF Plus now, where it's a food aid program. And we deliver it on behalf of the government. So we get an administration fee to run that alongside our services. And charities pay a membership fee to access the warehouse. And the final kind of sustainable income is we run a corporate volunteer programs. So we've a lot of corporates that come in and do their team building and all that kind of stuff. And we charge them for the privilege. So we generate sustainable income through that. So we're about, and then internationally, our biggest contract will be with Tesco. So they would be a big kind of contributor. So it's about 50-50 sustainable income and fundraised income. And then on the fundraising side, it's a mixture of government grants. So we do community employment schemes, and then corporate partnerships, which will be the likes of AIB are a big partner, and then trusts and foundations, so global and national foundations. So it's a bit of a hustle to get it all working together, but that's how it works.
Okay, thanks, Aoibhinn.
A question for Aoibhinn as well. Is there a circular economy element to it for any food that can't be redistributed?
Yeah, so from within our community groups, there's loads of examples of them using it for, within their own services for composting and animal feed and all that kind of stuff. For the animal health and department people, within our warehouses, anything that we can't get out goes for anaerobic digestion. But we have just got authorised from the Department of Ag that we could potentially supply to zoos and animal refuges, but not obviously of meat, not meat products, but say bakery and that kind of thing. So we've just got that signed off. So yeah, anything that's wasted on our end has energy, or we're hoping to move it up the chain to animal feed where possible.
I have a question for Patrick Pollock. I'm a mixed practitioner in Clare, and I'm wondering, how do we help vets to remain in practice? And do you think it's more likely that we can retain vets in small animals, or do you think that it's possible in both large and small?
Oh, just a fairly easy question to kick off with then. No, I don't think it's any more. I think it's going to be more challenging in all aspects of practice going forward. I think that large animal practice and rural practice is just the canary in the mine. It's just the one that's got the problem at the moment. I think we have to start being more ambitious and thinking outside the box in terms of what attracts people to practice, what keeps them in practice. There was a huge amount of work went into attracting and retaining rural general practitioners, medical general practitioners, again in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, and a project was set up which is now so oversubscribed that they're turning people away. And the project was set up in such a way that local communities would interview potential candidates who would be funded to travel to the area, and they had to give a minimum of 6 months within the practice in order to be allowed to come onto the scheme. Now, rural GP practices pay better than rural veterinary practices, so there are some challenges in terms of financing it. But I think those are the types of models that we're looking at, and they also support people who are perhaps beyond the stage of having families or beyond the stage of doing other things in their life which make full-time veterinary practice more challenging. So other models then looking at how we can attract and retain people who are able to work part-time, who may choose not to do on-call. The use of telehealth, for example. So the Tyree practice that I talked about has got currently veterinary provision for 32 weeks of the year. And the rest of the year is managed by 2 veterinary nurses and a telehealth system, and a very tough discussion through the Scottish Department of Agriculture and the RCVS in London, who don't know where they couldn't find Tyree on the map if you asked them, where that island was. But they had to think about changing the rules so that if somebody phones up and needs access to particular drugs or particular skills that could be managed by a lay professional or a veterinary nurse or a farrier or whatever it might be, or an equine dentist or whatever, who might be able to have those skills, then we look at models like that to support particular areas. But my personal view is that we are, and it's maybe controversial, not so much we are attracting people, not so much the wrong people into veterinary practice, but people who don't know anything about it. We haven't made any effort to educate the younger generation as to what veterinary practice entails. And there are ways to do that. We have a group called Future Vets who are now helping us to run camps in Ireland. So we've got a camp running at SETU at the end of August. We've got 2 running here in Mount Bellew in October of this year for school-age children who spend a day in the life of a veterinary surgeon. They do some team building, they do some large animal handling, they do some small animal laboratory work, they do some wound care, they do some equine rescue with us, and they get a bit of exposure to what's going on. There's an ambassador program which is made up of school-age children. Again, the ambassadors that we recruited in Mount Bellew last year have off their own bat written a book about an Irish veterinary surgeon and about the life of that Irish veterinary surgeon, and they are now going around early age schools, essentially talking about what it means to be a vet, what's involved in being a vet. That's the change that we have to make. People have to understand what the profession is about so that we are able to attract people who are more likely to stay in the profession. So those are some of the ideas. We could spend another day talking about it. Have you got any ideas? Yeah.
And time off. I suppose the small animals, we're lucky to have an out-of-hour small animal service in Limerick. So small animal vet isn't such a big headache to hire. But large animals, because of the out-of-hours, how do you remunerate somebody for either hanging around and not getting calls at night, or for getting calls? I don't know what's worse, actually. You know, having to stay home and only just go anywhere and get no calls.
And probably the elephant in the room is that discussion, which has not really happened here, about what out of hours provision actually means. And certainly in where I come from, you know, a lot of people have fallen foul of that. You know, somebody lives on an island and the veterinary practice is not on that island, and they have been prosecuted for not being able to provide that out of hours service. So what does an out of hours service mean? And if you remember, during COVID, suddenly telehealth became something that was very possible. We could give lots of advice. We could have lots of remote prescribing. You know, all those things are possible, but we just stopped discussing them. And we need to start having that conversation again with all of the stakeholders in the room.
It's also a question of what's an actual emergency outside hours as well. You know, we get a lot of evening calls because people are at silage for the day, and we do them, but.
What would be reasonable, you know, what you expect from your local medical practitioner is very different to what you have been led to expect from your veterinary surgeon. And you know, again, it's an education issue, isn't it?
Yeah. And then here. Is that, it's not necessarily a veterinary question. It's more back to the food insecurity and supply shocks. And President Connolly mentioned it this morning and at other talks and research that we're not self-sustainable in our agricultural industry, in our food production. And Doreen spoke about breeding and the cattle, our dairy industry, and the food supplies even for that industry alone and the importation of that. So would you have any thoughts on, there's thoughts about our food insecurity by the end of the decade? Has anyone thoughts on that?
Like I sit on the board of an organisation called GIY as well, Grow It Yourself, down in Waterford. And I suppose the big thing that we feel very passionate about, which is why we set up the Growers Project, was the lack of support for the horticulture sector in Ireland and the challenges that they're facing. And one of the growers that we worked a lot with, Hughes Farming Kilkenny, they are the latest producer to go into liquidation, and they provided 12% of the carrots in Ireland. So they couldn't make it work. And I suppose like a big issue is that there's no direct payments for the horticulture sector in the way that there are for the dairy and meat. So it means that we don't have a functional market in terms of there's only 5 or 6 customers in Ireland. There's no secondary market except if you're maybe small artisan, you know, the veg boxes, which it's a very small scale. It's important, so do support it, but it's not the solution. And I suppose then what a lot of the horticulture sector are challenged with is competition for land. So in the case of that carrot grower, it actually made more sense for him to close up shop and rent to his neighbour who's a dairy farmer. and he'd get the same. Or now there's a lot of competition for land for solar, for development in North County Dublin, where a lot of our veg traditionally has come from. That's all like Balbriggan and Swords and Rush. That's all been rezoned for housing. So I suppose there's a really big crisis within the horticulture sector. And from a planetary perspective and a dietary perspective, where, science is telling us to reduce our meat consumption, but I suppose the supports aren't in place for the producers to actually participate. So there's a lot of horticulture participants leaving. So I think there's 73 commercial growers left in Ireland, according to Board Bia. And that's a massive, massive challenge. And the solution, this could be an ill-informed, but it seems incredible to me that it's the one type of farming that doesn't get any kind of direct payment, and it's the type of food that we're all supposed to be eating. So that, I would say, is an absolutely massive challenge, but that seems very fixable, in terms of, replicating maybe some of the supports for other type of farming in the horticulture sector. So for me, that's a massive problem, but it does seem to be a solvable one.
Well, my question was more or less. My question was more or less asked by the last person, but yeah, it's the same question, that I think our dominant paradigm and the powers within them are not asking, that there's a huge elephant in the room just being left there. And I think, like Aleen Cust, we need people to step out there and be brave in the places they are, wherever they are, what piece they can do to change our system completely. We need transformation. We don't need to just tickle around the corners. Thanks.
Just to go back on that, do you think that the buyers, like the big supermarkets, the big distributors, have too much power over the horticulture producers?
Yeah, so Ireland is small, so there's only really, I think there's about 7 customers, like if you include all of the retailers and then some wholesalers, that are doing food service. So that is one element. But when you talk off the record to growers themselves, they also say, they've been tipped over the edge by fuel costs, extra pay, a line that they would have run a couple of years ago with one staff member, with all the additional leave and things, you near 2 staff members to run, say, a packing line for carrots. So it's the cost of doing business, the lack of any kind of payment, direct payments, and then like you would if you're a dairy, and then also the concentration of power of the retailers as well. And that has resulted in there being no secondary market. So if you don't have a contract, you don't really have a market. There's no corner shops to supply to. So it's a combination, but I would say it's all parties, including the consumers.
Yeah.
I think it's not just the veterinary profession that's suffering from, people dropping out after 5 years. The CEO system is completely wrong. And the school guidance, career guidance, it really needs to be overhauled. We have a young girl that's milks for us. And last week she was panicking because the change of mind farmers coming around, for the CEO. Sat down and talked to her and I asked her, what subjects did you like doing in school? Nobody had ever asked her that before. So, but anyway, my point is, in your wildest dreams, Patrick, can you ever envisage meeting your potential entrance into veterinary face to face in an interview that might give you a better idea of people's capacity or vocation for the job? Thank you.
Listen, it's a brilliant question. I can tell you that the hardest thing in the sort of 18-month journey that we've been on at ATU was rationalizing a system that was fair and effective for entrance to vet school. I can tell you, I'm not meant to, so nobody record this, but we could fill our course 10 times over. Our colleagues in SETU could do the same. Our colleagues in UCD could do the same. And when we started to have that conversation about could we do something other than just use the CAO, the point system? It was like I'd suggested selling my granny. You know, they just weren't up for it. What did we manage to get out of them? We managed to have a compulsory experience requirement, which wasn't just animal handling, it was some exposure to veterinary practice. I'll be honest, we've been quite lenient with it in terms of, you know, what counts. We accept that there's an equality and diversity issue, there's a child protection issue potentially as well. And, you know, I can publicly say thank you very much to the veterinary practitioners across the country who've helped us to support that. And we may need to look at it again, although what we found is that of the nearly 700 people who've applied, you know, we have the vast majority, over 90%, have managed to get the experience requirement. The one thing that we've done very differently, and it was a fight to get it in, is we've introduced this thing called the Casper assessment. And that's a situational judgment test. It's basically an emotional intelligence test. It tests empathy and teamwork and communication skills and all those things. It is not an HPAT, which is a problem-solving test that you can game that. You can practice the HPAT and get better and better. Theoretically, you can't get better at the Casper. It's used by generally medical institutions across the world. 600 different universities across the world use it. And it will moderate the CAO score. So theoretically, somebody with a very high emotional intelligence can get a much reduced points score and get into vet school. And as you're probably aware, emotional intelligence is the one factor in international business which leads to success. It is far more important than general intelligence. So we hope that will make a difference. And I'll tell you in 5 years or 10 years. As to the question of the interview, I come from a very interview-based system in Scotland. I've worked in both the Dick Vet in Edinburgh and in Glasgow Vet School, where we did invest essentially millions in going around the world interviewing people, you know, to try and attract the top foreign students, the top home students. It takes a huge amount of staffing. It takes a huge amount of resources, and we have the same problems with our students as we do when we just draw a line with the score. You know, i.e., 30 to 50% gone within 5 years, a mental health crisis, and the suicidality issue, which we're not talking about. You know, the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons in the UK tried to go to court to stop this idea of the slogan that the charities were using, "Not another vet." You know, they were trying to ignore this as an issue. It's a huge problem. We've got to address it. So I don't think interviewing is and it's very much open to, I used to get a lot of phone calls, you know, would you mind interviewing wee Johnny? He's a great lad. He's not that good at school, but he'd be a great vet, you know, and you know, it's incredibly difficult. So I hope that what we're doing is fair, but you know, is it perfect? I don't know. We'll find out.
Professor Pollock, I'm just interested to hear that the ATU vet school, it sounds like you have a different approach to maybe the SETU vet school. I don't know now whether that's right or wrong, but I'm just asking the question. We had a couple of speakers, Mary Kate and the lead there and somebody else, a couple of months ago at a retired department vet group meeting, and they gave a fantastic overview of the new curriculum and et cetera, et cetera. And central to the curriculum in SETU is partnering with veterinary practices in the region, not just the immediate area, and involving them in the actual education of the students, not a step way beyond seeing practice. And in fact, they're envisaging that they're going to have to train them as the practices how to be veterinary educators. And I'm just wondering, is that something that you're going to be doing in ATU, or is it a different approach? Or because the idea was, one of the speakers said, we want people to be job ready, because a lot of vets were, you know, qualifying and found, I know myself and lots of other people have said it to me, that how unprepared you were for not just the mental and the long hours, but the actual job itself. And that can contribute to stress, because if you feel you're not competent, if you feel, oh, I shouldn't have done this in the first place, I'm not cut out for this,
you know, if you were more competent leaving as job ready, as one of the speakers in Waterford said, would that help the overall retention then in the profession? And sorry, I've thrown a lot at you there, but I'm just, you know, wondering what your thoughts are on that.
No, okay, there's a lot there. So yes, well, firstly, I would say we have a very close relationship with our colleagues in SETU. We very much believe that now that there are 3 schools of veterinary medicine in Ireland, we really need to be working together. We need to make a veterinary community where we support each other and learn from each other. Will there be things that we steal from the other 2 providers? Absolutely. Will there be things that they maybe take from us? I certainly hope so. SETU's model is this so-called distributed model. So there is no traditional hospital, and essentially students would go out to veterinary practices, and the accreditors are very specific about 2 things. They're very specific about EMS. There can be no interference with EMS. It's not allowed. You can't train EMS providers. You can ask them to fill out a form to evaluate a student, but you cannot provide any educational training for them. That is not allowed. If you have a distributed model, then you must train the people who are in the practices in some sort of educational theory, essentially. So they have to meet certain standards. They have to be familiar with how the university is going to assess. And in fairness, in the UK, there are loads of distributed schools now. Nottingham was the first, but now there are Surrey and Harperkeel and all of these different schools. So it's a very well tried and tested technique, and they all do it slightly differently. Some simply just train some members of staff within the practice. Others embed staff within the practice, which works, you know, maybe better or less well. I don't really know, but it is a very new model for Ireland, and it's hugely challenging to manage all those stakeholder relationships and to make sure that everybody's teaching to a standard. As you know, there's always more than one way to get up the mountain, and we all have strong views. We're a profession of strong views. There's no question about it, and there certainly can, I think, sometimes be a little bit of, you know, challenge in making sure that the standards are maintained. We are not using a distributed model. We are building some hospitals. So we will have, and you know, part of the vision of ATU is to develop services for the northwest and west and north of the island that don't exist. If you've got a colicking horse in Letterkenny, it's a long drive to Dublin or Kildare or Tipperary. It's not realistic, really. So I think providing those services is very important. And we've had huge interest from the local community in those services. So there will be a farm animal unit, there'll be a small animal hospital, there'll be an equine hospital, and we've got collaborations with local first opinion clinics who will come on side as well. And we hope that there'll be a herd health hub here at Mount Bellew, and perhaps more in due course. And fundamentally, I think we believe that if the vet school is not driving the science, then who is? You know, if there's not a hospital where we are doing clinical research, we're not developing a biobank, we're not working with other professionals, we're not looking to our colleagues in medicine and environmental science and agriculture, then who is doing that? And we believe that the hospital environment allows us to do that. As for the final part of the question, are we using general practitioners in our teaching? Yes, we are. We're going to have a group of essentially clinical fellows, I suppose. So our anatomy classes will be supported by local practitioners and we've had loads of people getting in touch. And if anybody is interested in getting in touch, Letterkenny is not close, but you're very welcome. We'd love to have as many as we can. We've also embedded the EMS. While we can't mess with it, we've embedded it through the year, both the preclinical and the clinical EMS, so that they're going back and forward. But fundamentally, and I think it's the biggest difference between us and the other 2 schools in Ireland, is that we have tried to embed clinical skills acquisition from the very beginning. So in the past, when you might have sat in anatomy and cack-handedly used your scissors to hack off the limb or whatever it is you were dissecting on that day, we have tried to make sure that everybody teaching clinical skills will currently be clinically active, that they'll learn to hold their scissors properly at the beginning, that there are opportunities to approach the abdomen, for example, while doing an abdominal dissection, will be opportunities to practice suturing, injections, whatever it might be, so that we'll be building on the complexity of those clinical skills all of the time. And we're very lucky to have the veterinary nurse program at ATU, and they are joining our department just in September. And so the plan for very close alignment with interprofessional education, so that vets are working with, or undergraduate vets are working with undergraduate nurses, and moving forward in that way, which we hope will be positive. So I hope that answers the question.
I think the SETU program will include some application of, when they're doing the basic core subjects, anatomy or whatever, of applications. I think they are trying to bring in that concept as well. Yeah, but it sounds really good. And thank you for your comprehensive answer, and the best of luck.
Thank you very much indeed. Can we sign you up as a demonstrator? Yeah. No,
I'm retired.
Well, sorry to go on, but we've done a lot of work with problem-based learning in undergraduate medical education, and so that problem-based learning is there's a number of postgraduate medical degrees. University of Galway has one, University of Ulster has one, and those programs are very PBL heavy, and they say the best people to facilitate the PBLs are retired GPs. So if there's anybody who's interested, we'd love to hear from you.
I have a question for Doreen, if you don't mind. Oh, sorry, have I cut it in front of somebody? Sorry.
No.
I thought it was fascinating, your presentation in relation to the science and how it's supporting the food industry, particularly in relation to meat. And this might be outside your remit, but I think it's really worrying from what you were saying, Aleen, about 14, that producer that had 14% of the market and went under in relation to horticulture. Can you see a role for science in supporting the horticultural industry in relation to food security in a similar way that it is supporting beef and our meat production?
Horticulture wouldn't be my area of expertise, but the principles should be the same. Because if you take the dairy cattle or the beef cattle, the key is what do you want to produce? Define what the parameters are, and make sure then that you include all of them. Because you can say we want a dairy cow to produce milk, but in our index, we want a long life cow. So longevity is important. The second thing we want is a healthy cow. So that's important. We want her labor efficient. We want her carbon efficient, and also produce a calf of value. So it's a case, if an index is developed for the system, right, then the question is, where do you get the data from? Because in the cattle, there's over 1 million cows milk recorded a year. There's 1.5 million cattle slaughtered, and all that data is coming in. So if you could get that data with what you're trying to do, and the science is there from the point of view of genomics, so there is no reason why it cannot be done. But that is if the problem is genetics and a production system. But from what I'm hearing, it's a market.
That's what I'm thinking. If it's just purely market, you know what I mean? Okay.
It's a pure market.
I'm just wondering, can science support the industry in addition to a financial market supporting it as well?
Science can definitely support it. And then looking at the human nutrition, what's required there. Yeah. So to produce the carrots, to make sure they maximize, whatever is required in the human side.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering. Thanks very much.
I'd have to agree with what Doreen was saying there about needing the data. It's getting the data. And like the Department of Agriculture provided quite a lot of assistance because they were already collecting data for other purposes. And marrying up the sources of data together in ICBF gave you a big pool of data and gave you data, crossing generations. So it was able to work on it. To start from scratch, it takes a while to build up enough data to actually do analysis and projections.
Hi, sorry, it's a question for Professor Pollock in relation to Letterkenny. I'm from the Northwest myself, and I suppose I had the opportunity to go to UCD, and I'm just thinking back to, well, I suppose two-part question really. I presume that there will be opportunities for students from the 6 counties to attend ATU, and then in the reverse, I mean, Letterkenny is a long way from Galway, but it's not too far from Derry, Strabane or Omagh, and there are lots of practices there. So what interaction, are you having with the practices in the Northwest, in the 6 counties?
Yeah. So the answer is lots of interaction. In fact, the biggest source of cadavers so far is from the other side of the border, which has obviously led to a whole load of correctly filled out forms in order to bring them in. We've had huge engagement from the north, from the Northern Irish Veterinary Association, from the Department of Agriculture, DERA in the north, and actually from Queen's University in Belfast, and lots of help from the University of Ulster in terms of their postgraduate medical program, which we've taken a lot of training elements from, particularly the problem-based learning. Everybody is asking the question of how many students from the north we will accept, and the answer is a small number to start with, because as you're well aware, the funding for this is to address a specific problem in this country, which is a lack of vets, and trying to stem the tide of young people from Ireland leaving and going mainly to Eastern Europe to train. That said, there are now discussions about how we might manage that relationship in due course, and whether there might be scope for increasing numbers of students, specifically coming from the north with some funding, and also whether there's maybe a collaboration to be had with a university on the other side of the border, essentially, where they might undertake some of their training there and some of their training with us at ATU. So the conversations have started. You can imagine, I'm sure you can imagine, the accreditation landscape is extremely challenging. We serve many different groups. Obviously, the Veterinary Council of Ireland, number one, the European Association of Education Establishments, the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, the Australasian Veterinary Association. They all have slightly different views, but the VCI are they are prime, and they have given us permission to train 40 people from the island of Ireland, from the Republic of Ireland, and that's where we're going to start. But it will develop, I think, and the conversations are underway.
Just to follow on to you saying that there is a shortage of vets, and to the gentleman, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. What is it? Mike. Tough name to remember. And is there any opportunity, or are there programs that already exist that provide community-centered amateur vets, such as we saw in Bangladesh, in Ireland?
Yes, but yeah. Look, it was interesting when people are talking about the retention in Ireland, and I was thinking back to the veterinary animal health workers or community animal health workers, and I don't know if there's scope for that down the line. Like if you look at the offshore islands, a lot of them will have nurses resident on the island. They won't have a resident doctor, and is there a scope for the very outlying areas in the future, if we can't get vets in there, do you put in veterinary technicians? Like in the context of the developing world, these community animal health technicians, they can play a hugely significant role simply by warming an animal, by providing an insecticide, by ensuring that the animal is properly fed. You're 90% of the way towards having a productive animal or productive agriculture, productive livestock base there, because especially in these smallholder systems, you don't get a lot of the diseases that we get in the intensive farming systems we have here. So maybe there are lessons to be learned there, but what we see in these developing countries as well is that the politics of it cause a lot of problems, because even though there aren't a lot of vets in these countries or in these rural areas, the veterinary establishments can be very resistant to having these veterinary technicians come on the scene and coming on their patch, or maybe taking over medicine sales or vaccine sales. So that politics, like in the Malawi project, the Dutch part of our collaboration, VSF Netherlands, they're funding a consultant to look at the community animal health worker models in Malawi. and to see how they could be integrated into the veterinary system or the veterinary infrastructure in Malawi, because at the minute they're unregulated and unrecognized and sort of ostracized by the official veterinary structure. But in, like, as I suppose I work, like, professionally, I work in the pig industry, and Joe, when I hear Erica talking about out of hours veterinary work and that, do you know what I mean? There isn't really any out of hours work. There's a lot of the work is advisory, or it's herd health, it's walk and talk, as opposed to being out there late at night doing things that the stock people on the unit do an awful lot of the routine, what might be called veterinary work in different contexts. So look, maybe with the size of herds we have, that the veterinary graduates that Patrick produces, they will take on a more consultant or walk and talk role, and that we will have a level below that veterinary technicians, or whatever you want to call them, veterinary paraprofessionals, that will do a lot of that work. So it's interesting to know, we look on a lot of these, we sort of look on their models as lesser developed than us, but I think in a lot of ways there are things we can learn from them. And even talking about the team of the panel, the food security, Joe, these are, we would call them subsistence farmers, and we tend to look down on that. They need to scale up, they need to grow up. But when you look when you visit these countries and you visit these farmers, like nowadays the posh name would be a locally based food model. Do you know what I mean? Everything they grow is within the area, and they're selling a small surplus locally. And I suppose what we're trying to do is increase a little bit the surplus they're producing. We're not trying to turn them into large industrial farmers. But they were the two thoughts I had when we were in the discussion, when you're looking back, that, do you know what I mean, maybe they're not as less developed as we think they are. We might be heading back in that direction.
Just a question for Dorian there. I work in mixed practice here in Galway, and an awful lot of, we're all talking about retention of vets in practice, and one thing that I notice is probably 80 to 90% of all of our farming clients now are part-time farmers. And a lot of these people may not have been in, say, 5, 6, 7 years ago, but due to the cost of production, which diesel, everything like that going up, versus their income for what they get for what they produce, a lot of these have gone back into part-time work, or they work during the day, and consequently we're getting routine calls in the evening because they get home from work. The first thing they do is they check everything, and with the best will in the world, we want to say, yeah, we'll look at it tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and they all say, I won't be at home, I'll be gone to work again tomorrow morning. But I suppose the question for you is, where do you see beef and dairy prices going and that industry going? Are there going to be more people that are going to be able to afford to go back full-time farming? If we had more full-time farmers, they'd be checking things during the day. Vets would be busier during the day, and all the routine calls that happen between 5 in the evening and 10 at night, a lot of them would go. Where do you see things going in terms of, like, as I said, beef, even from other countries, or dairy prices and stuff like this? Is there any progress to be made there?
Yeah, well, if you look at the National Farm Survey, dairy farming is by far the most profitable. What do you need, do you know what I mean, for a family? It totally depends on efficiency, do you know what I mean? But if you take, we'll say, €1,000 cow, do you know what I mean, to clear that, do you know what I mean, in profit, you'd be talking about 80 to 90 dairy cows. I mean, to run well in an efficient system without major land borrowings. Now, the question is that enough? Because if you've an 80 or 90 cow farm families, which a lot of us grew up with, that lifestyle was fine. So I mean, when I was young, because we enjoyed it and that's all we knew. But now with lifestyle changes becoming a bigger issue, the question is, he'll give us the money that we need as a salary, but it won't give the actual lifestyle. So there's where the larger dairy units then are coming in. I mean, the 200 to 300 cows where you have 2 or 3 people working, they can get weekends off and time off and so forth. So it's a balance between finance and actual lifestyle. Then with the sucklers, they went through a period that if you took subsidies out of it, I mean, there was very, very little profit there. But at beef prices now, they're there. It's purely supply and demand. And the question is, an awful lot of the herd owners with sucklers haven't got the land base for to have, so I mean, 100 sucklers and so forth to actually make it viable. And then if you look at the dairy calf to beef system, it's a profitable enterprise, but have they got the land base to do it? Well, if you take dairy farmers, they can pay a reasonable price if the land is close to them and they can graze it for rental. But with suckler and dairy beef, you'd nearly want to own it. You know what I mean? To actually roll with it. So apart from dairying increasing, it's the land base that's going to be the issue for part-time. And I think you're stuck with them, you know. Yeah, yeah. And but the good thing about it is those young people enjoy their beef. Because if any of you go up to Carrigan Shannon there in October, November for that show scene, it's a bloody buzz up there. They're all young people. They're showing these cattle, right? Yeah, going to the pubs, going to Crines, you know what I mean, going to the Bush Hotel. The auction is in there. You know what I mean? They're drinking away at 12, 1 o'clock. The auction is beamed in there. It's a massive buzz, and it's great to see that buzz in cattle. But what they're producing is it's not produced economically. It's just producing a show animal. You know what I mean? That's absolutely perfect. That was probably born by a cesarean. You know what I mean? So it's a completely different game, but it's a side of the business. And it's adding the froth, you know what I mean, and the showcase to it.
They're in the pub, but you're on call. You can't go to the pub, yeah.
Can I tell you, that's not a new problem. I qualified in 76, started work in Ballina. Asahi wasn't long in Ballina, so there was loads of employment opportunities for small farmers. They were all working. We got no calls in the early mornings. All our calls went on until 10 o'clock at night. When they came home from Asahi, we got calls. And there was only 2 of us in the practice. You had to learn to live with it. Or you left. They don't want it.
It's not even that they mind doing it, but they get frustrated that they sit in the office all day. They're wondering what to do. And then when their friends want to go to a concert, they're glad ring with a calf at 6 since yesterday. And they want to look at it at 8 o'clock that evening.
Yeah, no, I can remember telling a farmer who rang me about a heifer calving, and I said to her, if I go out and she's been calving since morning, I'm going to have your life. She hadn't been, so I didn't.
But on those small beef guys, as I'd meet quite a bit of them at shows and, you know what I mean, those sales and so forth, they really soak up information. So I mean, they really are hungry for veterinary information. And I often wonder in veterinary circles, we'll say within the practice, could you set up a little health discussion group? Do you know what I mean? For those like-minded part-time guys, because you can teach them an awful lot. Do you know what I mean? About doing things and routine stuff that may help reduce the amount of calls. But then they're only off from 5 to 9 at night and on Saturdays, do you know what I mean, to do the work. But I think setting up a little discussion group for those and to drive that is absolutely massive, because they're really, really hungry for information. Because even if you follow them on Facebook, you know what I mean, some of the stuff, yeah, it's they're an interesting group.
Okay, I think one last speaker.
Does somebody else want? I don't want to take.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, it's just probably a quick one for Dorian. I'm sorry, I have so many questions. I'm so just curious. So with the genetic testing, I was just wondering, is there any work done on heritage breeds to look at those other variables that are not just the mass production for the mass export market, but are for those things like ease of birthing, health on the land? Just as a farmer, we have a few heritage animals and they continually rank highest for us in those things, that they birth easily, they get pregnant easily, they don't need the vet, sorry. Those things. So I just wondered if there's anything in that in the heritage breeds that is investigated or considered for the general.
Yeah, in Ireland, in the dairy breeds, it's mainly Holstein, over 95%. There's about 3 or 4% Jersey, and there's about 2% Fleckvieh. However, an awful lot of the work, as I said, in the genetics is labour efficiency. So I mean, so we would have the easiest calving dairy herd. Like before, if you take it 30, 40 years ago, majority of calvings were a family event, right? While now you've guys calving 200 cows. They may have to calve 1 or 2 with a leg back. I mean, so we really are focusing on calving ease, not alone direct from the bull, but also for the female, for the maternal actually calving ease. In beef in Ireland, we have about 20 different breeds. So there are an awful lot of breeds and working with the same thing. So you have the guys who want that, they want easy care animals. I mean, the indexes are doing that. But then what this gentleman here was saying, you have the other side who just want the show and the crack. Do you know what I mean? So calving is the last thing they talk about. I mean, that.
I don't want to say the one Tremaine. To look at their genetics.
They are, but the population is very small. And the Department of Agriculture, because we collect semen, if Breed Society, if I'm a Dexter want to collect the bull, I mean 500 or 1,000 doses to get different genetics. I mean, the department supports that. They're supported with ICBF, but those people are not good at collecting data and getting the data into ICBF. So the supports are there. It's up to them to use the supports, and the department, I mean, will support them, I mean, to collect semen for their genetic diversity and so forth.
There was one other person.
Sorry, now
Yeah,
second
very
question.
very last question.
Just, I suppose, Doreen, going back to the DNA testing of animals and also talking about night duty for vets. I'm in practice 30 years and we don't do half the hard calvings that we used to do. I was talking to a friend of mine in Limerick yesterday, and the nights are not, now the new graduates are not going to want to hear that. They have it easier than we did. But if you count the number of cesareans we do at night or even during the day now, it's a fraction of what it used to be, and that is all to do with genomic testing. And thank you.
Okay, I think we're at the end, and I have absolutely no doubt that if Aleen Cust was a fly on the wall here, she would be delighted that we have spent the whole day talking about innovation, sustainability, the role of women in making changes and in sustaining the rural environment that she worked in. And I think she would be surprised. I think she would be probably shocked that we were celebrating her, but I think she'd be delighted.
Why do I have to do all the heavy lifting? I mean, it's a ridiculous thing. And don't you start. Don't you start. Don't do the rest of it.
I thought this was all speakers.
I left no empty-handed.
Yeah, yes. I've one more thing to hang out and let you start off with one minute.
You get over
These men will eventually be worth a fortune. And what nobody will realize is that what's in here has such inherent value because of a fundamental flaw in what's in it. And it took John Harold Barry Below and Cardagian to point it out to me. But it's a secret. Maybe in 5 years' time at an Aleen First conference, I put up on the board what I've been talking about. Maybe Lisa, you'll spot it. No, I'm not going to open them up. Count them on. Count them on. Count them on. Count them on. Here one is coming. I'll look after him in a second. Yeah. Do you want photographs? Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful.
Where do we put the flowers?
I'm holding the flag down in front of you or somewhere.
Does the semi-final first story now? Come on.
Put them away, so.
That's all right. Well done. Sorry, I have to talk out loud.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's 4:45. We're a small bit ahead of time, but that's because I drove it all day long. The usual thing is to make a long discussion. I have 5 pages of foolscap notes to recap on each lecture. And I would start with President Connolly, isn't it? I thought she was wonderful. Well worth the effort that we put into her. She had a PR, not a protocol woman that broke our shagging hearts. She was lovely when she got here. The historical lectures in the morning, I missed them because I was wandering around trying to hold her hand. Apparently they were wonderful. The afternoon sessions, the soapbox worked. We'll definitely keep it into the future. The evening session was powerful. And clearly there was an appreciation from the floor of the importance of it, and it's not going to go away. There's a date for your diaries for next year, because this is an annual event, the first Friday in July, and it's the 2nd of July next year. A word of thanks to the tech people at the back who quietly do great work. They've recorded it. It's just more than I ever imagined. And Cahill's patience. And shout out your name again to me, because I have no memory. Damien. And where's Dylan? And Dylan, right. Well done. Well done, lads. The facility provided by the Agricultural College and the support from Edna, the principal, nothing is impossible. And they pulled all the stops here in the last couple of days. No doubt you have an appreciation of the work that goes into the heritage and vintage exhibitions. And they were here in strength. And for their reward, if it is a reward, President Hillary said, lads, I will make Tayfee in the garden next year. So they're going to the RS next year. Otherwise, it's the people that come, and the faces are getting more familiar, and it's heartening. And if I had one wish left, it would be that if we gave Linnane an hour, can you imagine the state we'd be in over those shagging roses? Like if you had an hour, the passion that was coming into it. James, you're wasted. You're wasted. There's a place in the Abbey stage for you. Now, it's 5 o'clock or close to it. Thanks a million. Away home. Away home.